so they coming on the way up. A true fighter's what they always been afraid of. Cards had a close on my circle when I lay up. Switch the game every quarter like a time zone. Aim for the bus, tryna build up to this mind zone. Pave the way with only items that I might own. Imagine what I'm about to do, be an icon. Ain't a problem, just the haters that I might know. It's a night show, the way I'm about to make a movie with these lights. Know the one they be like me, they can try. All gold, everything when I write. Come and repeat it, every legend gotta fight. A new world, when I flip, make it tight. Ain't nobody doing minutes how I like. Seat buckled up, going up like a bike. I'm alive, unleashing the fire. Out in the wild, up in the sky, into the light. Watch me dive and feel and it's my time. Up in the stars, with every stride, our future's bright. Cause I'm on to the next. The way I shape shifts makes them call me a threat. Running on this path, never done, no regrets. There is nothing you can do when my face on the set. You're in front of the best. Different league if you wanna get to me. I game in pedigree. Yeah, I only got a picture on the centerpiece. I'm alive, unleashing the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Watch me dive and feel and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashing the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. One touch from you takes me to paradise, paradise. One look from you and I fall in your arms, in your arms. Baby don't stop, baby don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? One kiss from you is like a fantasy, fantasy. It's like you go beyond my wildest dream, wildest dream. Baby don't stop, baby don't stop, baby don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel
Give it to me now. Damn, you're sexy, but you keep controlling my mind. Yeah. I've been thinking of reasons, but I can't deny. Yeah. magic got control of me? Oh, what kind of magic you got over me? Yeah, ooh, 'cause baby you are not a girl and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees, yeah. I cannot deny you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Oh, you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Oh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Yeah, put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Tasty. You're looking so tasty. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. So baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Give it to me now.
I don't know why we parted. I don't know what went wrong. I just know that I want your body here with me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night.
It's a summer love affair, putting flowers in your hair. Windows down in the Jeep as we pull up to the beach. Got this feeling like a crush. I don't wanna say too much, so I'm leaning in real close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart, feel you touching on mine. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation. Oh. Temptation. Temptation. Oh. Like a diamond in the sun, baby, now we're having fun. Turn the music up real loud. Come and find me in the crowd. Lips so sweet like cherry rose. Close your eyes and start to fall. Got me leaning into close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart, feel you touching on mine. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation.
Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want.
Can't swim. I'm a run from the life that I'm living, like a ghost fading into oblivion. Big win, big win. I'm a joke from a rope I'm swinging, just a bloke made of smoke and some thick skin, cauterized by the wound of a vision. A prison, a prison. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have your world. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead when, even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Idolize, idolize, that's a word game. I am sick, get a grip of my thin frame. You can call me my first and my last name. When did I become such an ingrate? Toe to toe, shoe to shoe, I'm a shoelace. I'm a fraud, I'm a zoo in a dark place. Why do I even try to pretend that I can rhyme good? Oh well, I guess. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have your world. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead when, even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Good time.
Don't you wanna tell me about the time that we felt free? Turn your eye on the halo that you give yourself daily. Give me a new ending, cause I'm running free tonight. Don't regret our story, wanna love and live my life. Always talking about where we'll be, gonna move out of the city. Spending our time daydreaming, living our life like a movie. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. Gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend that I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend
live life in envy, shine a bright energy. With the waves I'm making, gotta make sure I'm happy. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. I'm gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment. I'm living my best. 'Cause I don't need to pretend and pretend and pretend and pretend. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend and pretend and pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment. I'm living my best. 'Cause I don't need to pretend and pretend and pretend and pretend.
Ooh, this that cute. Ain't no drama, only venom when I get my dues. Respect, I'm the next tycoon. Got a pad full of greens, couple M's my soon. Unbeliever, do you see the confidence? Got some people waiting for me on the fence. I live here, never see me on the fence. Best believe that when I win, it's common sense. I'm designed to fly, defeat all demise. The best me, no fear, no compromise. 100 degrees, I breathe more to life. You should disconnect and throw in the wires. And the hand that's in this. Gotta back it up a high percentage. Got a heart in my sleeve, non-stop. Stepping up to the sea, more shots. Getting those I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Yeah, I never wait up. Flowers say so they coming on the way up. A true fighter's what they always been afraid of. Cards had it close on my circle when I lay up. Switch the game every quarter like a time zone. Aim for the bus, tryna build up to this milestone. Pave the way with only items that I might own. Imagine what I'm about to do, be an icon. Ain't a problem, just the haters that I might know. It's a night show, the way I'm about to make a movie with these lights. Know the one they be like me, they can try. All gold, everything when I write. Can repeat it, every legend gotta fight. A new world, when I flip, make it tight. Ain't nobody doing minutes how I like. Seat buckled up, going up like a bike. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, up in the sky, into the light. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, with every stride, our future's bright. 'Cause I'm on to the next. The way I shape shifts make them call me a threat. Running on this path, never done, no regrets. There is nothing you can do when my face on the set. You're in front of the best. Different league if you wanna get to me. I game and pedigree. Yeah, I only got a picture on the centerpiece. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL-CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO3 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information, such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the players' items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
That's real magic.
Sun and rain, sleet, snow, any weather. Just know if you can do it, I can probably do it better.
拿下下一个第一，
Ready to go wild.
要比你们都闪耀。
Team mình chỉ cần bé mèo này thôi là đủ quẩy team bạn rồi.
给点新颜色，小小。
Let's go wild.
提起他的打野挥发，历经2个赛季的沉浮，终于是完成了自己的机会。
我说过我会回来的。
任凭浪起。
Happy Mother's Day to everyone who celebrates Mother's Day, and we're here back, the irregulars, on the Sunday special WRLA, and this is gonna be a fun day for everybody. And I hope you guys out there stay hydrated because it's really hot right now. Even though we're wearing polos right now, it's still very hot, everybody. Again, we're gonna be your shoutcasters for today. My name is Dash, and I'm here with others.
Yes. And almost every restaurants out there, at least here in the Philippines, are fully booked. Exactly.
Packed,
so
for sure, yeah.
Yeah, for to all moms out there and to all your moms, happy Mother's Day. So it's a very special day here in the Philippines. So wherever you are, if you are celebrating that particular event or that particular day, happy Mother's Day to you. Anyway, so Dash, we are on the end of week number 5 or week number 6, if I'm not mistaken. So we're already halfway in, and we are now getting a clearer and a better picture as to what really WRLA is about, right? The strong teams are getting a stronghold up the top portion of the teams. Meanwhile, APAC, this time we are still in our journey of trying to really assess as to what what their seeding is going into the playoffs, because last week almost all APAC teams did not participate. It was just KT Rosa Y that did play.
Yeah, it was a really historic week also last week. But again, this week, we have a lot of APAC games that we are having today, because most of the teams on the Chinese conference already have like half of the games, 11, 12 games. APAC conference teams, the only one who has the highest number of games is Roster Y. Everybody right here in APAC needs to really follow through. So it's a good thing that they still have the chance to actually come back from the standings. Because look at that, everybody. They already have 11 games for KBG and J Team. And a lot of teams need to follow through. Remember, yesterday, I'd like to point out, it was a close game. I was not expecting a close game between Rare Atom and Roster Y. That could have been a 2-8 right there on the Rare Atom side.
Yeah. It went the distance, and something that we did not expect, because that's the last team from China facing against the number 1 team from APAC. And we expected more from our APAC teams. I expected more. I'm on record. I did tweet that the cap isn't that big. And I'm kind of eating my tweets right now, right? Because that basically is not the case, at least in the first half of the tournament. We look in the standings of China, and you would see already, the top portion really solid, or top teams really solidifying their spots on the top. Meanwhile, in the APAC region, everything is still up for grabs, right? The magic number for APAC is number 4. The top 4 teams will be advancing to the playoffs. KT Roster Y just handled their business yesterday, winning against another Chinese team. So that's 2 teams already that KT Roster Y did defeat. Today we'll be seeing NGX going against a Chinese team. It is documented, and it was predicted that NGX is going to be one of the top 4 teams. So it's all about them making true to that particular prediction. And we'll see if they will really be winning against WHG.
Honestly, I still have copium for a lot of the APAC teams here because they still have a lot of chance, though. Because remember, they only have, I think the maximum after Roster Y is only 6 games on what they had. Almost all of the other teams in the Chinese conference already have half of their games, so there's still a possibility that they can switcheroo on that top 4 on the APAC conference.
Yeah, everything is not laid out yet, so every win really matters. Be it a game win or be it a match win. Of course, what's important is for you to get that very elusive match win. Let's talk about Pasay NGX. Nigma Galaxy is coming off a very historic win for the country, for the Philippines, right? In the recently concluded tournament, SEA Games, they were the gold medalists. Just She, Aaron, Demon Kite, and Draw will bring the confidence in. Meanwhile, their substitute Baron Laner, Hyde, would still be the one playing because, again, their main player is on the bench.
Yeah, I really believe that NGX would have a chance here on this lineup. I mean, WHG is a team that really revolves around their jungler. August right here is one of the stronger junglers that we have right here, and he always goes for carry junglers, just like Just She. So it's basically almost the same playstyle. How would it pair up? That's what I want to know. If the same playstyle pairs up against each other on different regions, who's going to be winning? That's going to be the interesting storyline of this matchup that we have today.
Exactly. I don't think August is in fear of Just Cheese presence whatsoever because he can hold his own. And again, when talking about WHG, their playstyle really evolves around their jungle. They will not pick, Shen for August. He will be picking the Gwens, those champions that can really carry. And same can be said for Just She. I think the only champion that Just She really prioritized that doesn't really have that stigma of carry jungler is the Lee Sin. But we all know that his LS is basically different, right? We look at the stats here, you would see the reason why we're really talking both these gentlemen up because they really are the heart and soul of both their squads.
Look at the KP. That says a lot about how this two play because most of the kills revolve around them. The only kills that they won't be able to get are the kills of their side laners. That's why they have a 75% above KP right here on both of them. And this is what I want to see. Both carry junglers. And the reason why this is such a good match because we're going to be seeing both of this in action. If ever we're going to be seeing a Kha'Zix versus Lee Sin on this matchup, I'm all up for it. I would love to see that.
And I want Just She to be on the Lee Sin side, right? Because
for sure.
Yeah, we all know how the matchup goes, right? Lee Sin gets the advantage early and could snowball the game into your favor. We look at the stats here collectively. Again, for the stats for NGX Pasay, they're really struggling, at least in the first few parts of the tournament. They haven't really shown their full potential yet, their promise. Part of that is because, of course, we know that there is an ongoing split when it comes to the practice time of their Baron laners. But now that the SEA Games is already over, NGX Pasay would focus and dedicate their practice time with their Baron laner Hyde. And you look at the stats of WHG and NGX Pasay, it's almost dead even.
Yeah, and the only reason why, from what we've seen already from the records of NGX, is because they fought against really good teams also. They fought against OMG, they fought against BRU and Roaster Y. But here, I can definitely say that this matchup is going to be very close. I hope I don't bite my tongue after saying that, but I hope that NGX would make this series a really good series to see.
I don't believe in casters.
It's not true. It's not true. It's not true.
Yeah, it's because if it is ever true, then I'll just stock up all the opponents of the APAC, and they would end up losing.
WHG is good. Yeah, something like that.
But yeah, the reality of the fact is, again, when looking at both the teams, and I know, one of our commenters right now, coach of Fennel, Rebenga, is in attendance right now, would agree with me on this, that they have almost a similar playstyle, with their jungle being the star of the show, and the Baron side being the one who sacrifices most of the resources. We have seen in the previous games of NGX, here in WRLA, Hyde has been one of the, one to play the weak side. They play Gragas, they play Garen on the top side, and similar can be said with Lemon, right? Lemon plays the Shen, plays those tanky frontliners that would still be very impactful come team fights.
Yeah, honestly, one of the reasons why it would be hard for them here. But before we go into it, let's actually hear our host for now.
今天是常规赛第6周的第5个比赛日，第一场比赛将由帕赛 NGX 对阵芜湖 Gaming。NGX 刚刚获得了东南亚运动会的金牌，不知道重返赛场的他们今天会带来怎样的表现？而芜湖 Gaming 面对强敌又会如何接招？让我们到比赛中一探究竟。接下来让我们欢迎 Pasay Ninja Galaxy 以及芜湖 Gaming。Hello everyone, welcome to the stage of 2023 Wild Rift League Asian 1. I'm Alora. Today is the 5th match day of FPX, with the first match being played by NGX versus WHG. NGX has just got the gold medal at Southeast Asian Games, and we are glad to see their performance when they return to the tournament. And how Wuhu Gaming will do in the face of the strong opponent, let's find out in the game. And now it's time to welcome Pasay Ninja Galaxy and Wuhu Gaming.
Just finished with our SEA Games. WRLs are next up. So guys, look forward to our next matches.
Let me try to guess. I'm getting carried, is what he's saying.
I'm gonna get carried, literally. But you know what? What's funny about that is that the microphone actually just went lower because it adjusted to his height, but because he went up, it didn't reach him as well. But again, this is the squad. This is the squad that we have fighting for the win today.
That was Lemon, the one carrying, right?
Yeah.
He's the Baron laner, and it's so fun to see, whenever that happens. But the introduction is still happening right now. Again, we did touch on this topic. Lemon plays the weak side for WHG. He's, he's as solid as you can get from the Baron lane. Sometimes you're just waiting for that moment that the Malphite gets picked again. It was picked before as an activator for the Yasuo, and yeah, it won't surprise me if both this Baron laners would field out the Malphite, because it's one of those champions that you can really play weak side.
Yeah, honestly, from what we've seen so far, right, in the meta right now, the weak side top laners aren't really favored that much, because most of the time the pressure always goes to the top lane. That's why it's really hard to play around it when you're fighting against a team who has a really strong Baron laner. But it's a good thing that it's different here, at least on this matchup, because both of them are weak side top laners. So I am expecting a different rotation from both of our junglers. Most likely going to go to the mid a lot more, just because of the fact that they want to go for that weak side, as you said.
True, and then also we have to remember that NGX tends to play around with their laning phase as well, sending over their Dragon Lane duo to the top side if ever they draft the marksman, right? They are the only team to bring out the Kaisa But I think
接下来有请
teams
中
are
选
now
手 in the
starting
mid
to
lane effort.
appreciate the marksman headed into patch
下面有请
4.2,
射手
in where
in the duel
it
lane
was
李猛凯。
rumored to be the marksman meta patch. So what
最
I
后有
was
请
trying
辅
to
助
say
选
is,
手 and the support
yeah, at least in recent memory, we've seen Zeri being played in the mid lane. I think it's
两
time
支队
for
伍现在已集结完
the
毕，
dragon
让我们即刻
laners,
进入召唤师下
those
路。
marksman
All the players are getting
aficionados,
ready.
to
Let's
really
start
bring out
into
their
the
guns.
wild.
I honestly am I'm not sure if it's still gonna be there though, because remember the patch 4.2, there has been some rumors in where they're gonna be giving this ADCs extra attack range, right? So they are gonna be real far away. The plus 25 attack
Yeah.
range. I saw that. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's just a rumor,
Yeah.
but that could potentially break Caitlyn if that happens, because Caitlyn has a really far range. But again, Caitlyn really needs a lot of items. Immortal Shield Bow would be available for most of the ADCs.
True.
But I'm not sure if we're still there. I'm not sure if we're still there even at patch 4.2.
Yeah, well, this is going to be our the last thing that we will talk about, the rumored patch, right?
Yeah.
And I want to end this on this note. If the plus 25 range will ever happen, will the skills of the marksman be adjusted as well? Because we have to
the
remember,
range, right?
the trap play of the Caitlyn is relative to her range. Now, if
Right.
the auto attack range gets increased and the trap range doesn't get increased, we all know that Caitlyn's power spike or power damage really revolves around the trap, right? So there's a lot of questions in play, and all I really am concerned about is how will patch 4.2 really affect WRLA? Because if anything, we know that here in Tournament Realm, we still tend to play the previous patch. We don't, jump right away to the current patch. So is it going to be activated during the regular season? Is it going to be activated during the playoffs? Because if you ask me, I think it might happen come playoff time.
Yeah, I would really want to see that though. Like after 2 weeks, we're gonna be seeing it. As you said, we're gonna be maybe seeing it in the playoffs, and teams need to adapt. Teams need to scrim at each other on what they can do with that. I would love to see what will they do with Ezreal if ever that happens with the extra attack range. That could honestly be a way different Ezreal that we're gonna see. It's like he's actually a bowman after that.
Yeah. A lot of AD champions really wants to have that extra range, right? I mean, if you look at the top side, like, is it time to bring out the Vayne Baron lane, right?
Baron lane?
Plus 25 range would really give you a lot of advantage. But then again, we have to remind everyone that those are all rumors, and where we are just sharing our thoughts on it. It's going to be very tentative until the official patch notes come out. So guys, stay excited, because again, who doesn't love changes? I really love changes, especially if it benefits a role that has been forgotten in recent memory when it comes to competitive. Anyway, this is the week of the marksman when it comes to the 1v1. Let us remind everyone that this 1v1, the result has something to do with who's going to have the side selection. So if you ever get to win this 1v1, the prizes that you get to choose which side you will start, game number 1 and game number 3. And the goal is for you to either kill your opponent twice or break down the tower. So
yeah, it's gonna be real hard though, especially for marksmen on 1v1s. You usually see a lot of the same champions. Right now we're seeing a lot of Jins, a lot of Kaisas, but there's always been a ban on Illusion, for example. There's always a ban on a great 1v1 champions, especially because Draven is also going to be hard to deal with. Yesterday we saw Draven versus Draven. That was a fun match to see. But again, Kaisa usually has the disadvantage, but people really forget the fact that Kaisa on before level 5 has a lot of things in store for her, and it's easy to activate her Icathian ring.
Yeah. I think at one point Danny was so close and winning against a Varus, no less, the champion. That just means to say that we are underrating her early game. Which is basically, if you talk about the Kaisa, all you really have to do is to activate the passive, right? In order for you to be able to chunk or to get the chunk. And those stacks on top of the head of draw, all right, you would take notice of it. And if ever that Spark would connect the second skill, then that is immediate 2 stacks. There you go. Wait, why is there no passive on top of his head? That's
Yeah,
weird.
I was surprised though, because he wasn't able to hit the shot though. That's why after the Cathian Rain, he wasn't able to get it. But again,
Yeah, there you go.
yeah.
It's not on top of his head. It's actually beneath him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bam!
Right now, that's why it's really strong though. Before level 5, that's the only thing that you need to do when you're playing a Kaisa. Because Jin would have a really hard time without support. And that's why Draw is having a really hard time against Spark here.
Yep. Although immediate burst of a Jin is
Really strong.
really strong. It's one of those champions that you can build armor penetration items with, and would be very effective, right? I think, you know, in this particular matchup, you kind of want to burst down the Kaisa, and the way to do it is to not build Storm Razor, rather build armor penetration items like the Yomus.
Yeah. Based on that though. Oh, exhaust has
Level
been popped
3?
though. Tries to go for a kill. That is one of the strengths of Kaisa on the 1v1s
Yep.
because she can just go all in. And Jin really needs to back away whenever it reloads or after every shot. And that's how Spark is just going to get the kill on him. No minions means easy Icathian Rain.
Right, and just the presence of mind that he knows that it is very much doable to get that solo kill under the tower. Not even a trade for draw. So that definitely is a big advantage towards Spark. And I think, you know, if we are going to look into the numbers, whoever really gets the first blood without getting a trade kill most likely would get a win here, because it's just so big of an big of an advantage that you gift over to your opponent. And yeah, you would see already 1k advantage with double BF sword. I assume that he really wants that Icathian Rain upgraded.
After that, yeah, you're just gonna get melted once the Icathian Rain will be able to hit. I don't know how he's gonna survive this. Yes, he has the lethality to damage, but the faster the Kaisa goes, it's way easier for the Kaisa to work with this. After getting the killer instinct, that's just gonna be really hard for Draw to win this 1v1.
Just as long as Draw does not have exhaust, Spark has no reason to be scared with the all-in potential that he brings into the table. I mean, you look at Spark and he's just bullying Draw right now. Exos down.
Oh, wait, Draw was able to go in, but the Icathian Rain, as we said, the upgraded Icathian Rain is just so strong if it's against one target.
Yeah, and again, Spark was just waiting for the exhaust to time out. Soon as it times out, that's all in. That's the go signal. But do not fret. To all APAC supporters out there, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's already a 1-0 in favor of WHG. 1v1 is for side selection. And I assume that WHG would be choosing red side. Yep, I was right. We just heard word from our production team that they will go. They will be going over to the red side, which means that NGX might be in play for the Gragas first pick strategy. You know, where we know where it could lead. Right? They could go for the Lulu Kaisa again.
Yeah. Going for Kaisa, or maybe even going for... What I like about this is that if ever they go for the Gragas again, could easily be going to Draw if ever they want to substitute what they already thought of. So now it's still possible. It's a big win so far. A lot of win streak for the blue side on the side of NGX. They really favor their blue side a lot more. So this is good for at least for both teams. They can prioritize what they want. And they can also get their favorite every time for the APAC teams. The Jace is always going to be there.
Yeah, we are a big Jace region, huh? Meanwhile, in China, like, there's a lot of power picks. We also have to remember that Aatrox could be in play, and since we have dubbed this as the battle between the carry junglers from WHG and NGX, I kinda have this assumption that if it will be left open, Coach TG and Coach Vance would not hesitate to gift over the Aatrox to just G.
Yeah. And so far from what I've seen though, people might have already found out the real big counter to an Aatrox, and I haven't seen a game in where the Aatrox really dominated yet during the times that I've casted yesterday and today. Maybe I'm gonna be seeing it today, but an Aatrox really easily countered by a lot of the Yones, a lot of the hyper carries have countered the Aatrox, and I would love to see that in action again.
I mean, to me, like, Aatrox is still a very strong pick. Yeah, you can play around it, and with the amount of practice time that is available to you in your scrims, you would be able to develop all those necessary ingredients to answer that particular champion. But then again, we have to remember that just the fact that you have to adjust your playstyle to go against one champion means one thing, right? The champion is really strong. And there's a reason why it is being prioritized by a lot of teams right now in WRLA. So I won't be surprised if it ever gets left open that they would still be picking it. By the way, we are now entering the draft, and Pasay NGX removes Lemon Shen right away.
Yeah, having the Shen out, having the Fiora out, at least for August to use in the jungle, they really would want to take off a lot of these carries that they would have. It's a good thing they also banned the Yone. They know what champions to ban. Those strong junglers are going to be banned. If the Gwen gets out here, that could potentially be picked here to the side of WHG.
Yeah, Gwen is that one champion that August would be most happy to play. And again, we have highlighted the fact that both these champions or both these players from in the jungle really can carry their games. Just she wants to be the one to start the fight, right? Meanwhile, August would be waiting for the perfect opportunity to bounce. Aatrox lock in. Is it the time? NGX. Senna is also open.
Yeah, there's a lot of choices just because of the respect bans that they have right here. Or are they still going to be picking up that Gragas for the first pick? Because there's going to be a lot of champions that's going to go to the side of WHG if ever they go for that.
Yeah, the fact that there are so many champions that are open, though, means that even on the second rotation on the blue side, you are still able to pick power picks, right? So now, Nigma Galaxy just wants to play the Senna because it kind of unlocks a lot of things for you, right? With Senna being picked on your side, that means that your support would have access to greater levels, to more resources, and not just that, you can easily support your Baron laner with his champion.
Interestingly, WHG didn't prioritize what we were thinking of. The Aatrox is also not picked by them. They would rather just take the Zoe, they would just take the Kali. Because honestly, these two champions are really good against an Aatrox. If you don't really find a great fight, also this one is also good against an Aatrox. So this is NGX actually gonna risk picking it?
Well, to me, this is more standard if you're NGX.
Yeah.
You go for the pairing of the Senna right away. You will have time to really think about what champion Just She would be playing. But if you look at the champions that has been banned away, I think it's time for you to find something for Just She immediately, because the chances are WHG would just focus down a lot of the remaining junglers, and what is there to pick for Just She? Luckily for NGX, this Jace pick could still be played in the jungle, right?
That Riven also could also be played by August in the jungle. I've seen him play it, and he really popped off during that time. So now they at least have a flex that they can use if ever they ban the junglers. And as you said a while ago, Just She's Lee Sin, really hard to play against. That's why WHG just went in for the ban right there.
NGX is still playing their cards right. They're not revealing anything by locking in the Jace. And so WHG's response is to ban away the Lee Sin, ban away the Jax. I think for NGX, they have to be able to get the Garen because that's a very good pick for Hyde. If they ever plan to have Hyde on the weak side, they should have that. Yeah. WHG though would be happy to put Lemon on the Renekton, which is kind of surprising because again, we always regard Lemon as their weak side, which means that not enough resources will be given to the Brock. And we all know that Renekton, in his nature and true habitat, wants a lot of resources.
Yeah. And Wukong could be picked here by NGX
Exactly.
because Wukong is available if ever they want to give Hyde a really weak side top lane that doesn't really lose against a Renekton. Yeah, that's a perfect pick for NGX. And now, if they're looking for another jungler that they can use, I think a Jace would already be a good pick here for the side of NGX. But would they actually just go for the risk and
Bring
take
out
the
the
ring
cat.
war? I'm not
okay
sure
with
about
this.
this though, but
Yeah,
Aatrox is
but
available.
Yeah, true. Aatrox is still available, which means that, you know, NGX could go for the Aatrox pick.
Wait
this
a second.
is
Okay.
their answer. And now NGX is all about being able to revolve around the map. Okay, do not be surprised if Twisted Fate would be put in the bot lane, just to have that 1v1 against the Varus. A lot of things. I'm seeing a lot of things to happen here, and all I can say is this is the first time that we will ever see Twisted Fate in WRLA. This is NGX's gauntlet. This is their gamble. They're saying that, hey, you know what, Twisted Fate would surprise our opponents. And this is also a good response to the Akali pick, because you pop the Destiny and the Shroud would automatically be negated.
Yeah, that's one of the good things about this Twisted Fate pick. You really sacrifice a lot of damage when you ever pick a Twisted Fate on your side. But what's good about the Twisted Fate, the rotations that you can do around with the Twisted Fate is really good. And that's also one of the things, one of the reasons why they also banned the Galio, just because they wouldn't have that access on the other team. So that is a really smart play right there, just on the draft from NGX. But I am still looking on how they're going to be playing around this. As you said, it's possible that they can play this on the bottom side of the map, just so that they would have a lot more priority all around. And honestly, Twisted Fate weak side, it's really easy to work with.
Yeah. You throw away cards, and that's the only thing that you have to do. It doesn't have the best mobility in the game, though, which means that if you get ganked under your tower, you basically are nothing. Giyang has some words for everyone right now. That's a long one, and I won't read it. But we have to go back again as to how I think this Twisted Fate would be played by a lot of teams. Oftentimes, whenever we see Twisted Fate, it's supposed to be, you know, your support your carry side laner, right? Because it's an immediate button that you can. It's similar to Shen. You basically click your ultimate and you will be able to help your side laners. But the interesting part here for NGX is that their side laner isn't really the strongest side laner right now. It's the Wukong.
Wukong is really, it's gonna be real hard for this Wukong here. When they rotated their sides, this is gonna be a real hard fight for him, because this is just gonna be an easy lane for the other side. What's great about Aaron here is just he's playing around the range in the early game against a no shroud Akali, sorry.
Yep. That's their gamble, right? Closer, they want to control closer right now. It has been 132 days since the last appearance of a Twisted Fate. Yeah, this is definitely a practiced composition for NGX, though.
Oh, no.
Hyde is eating fruits while under Ignite and while under Hail of Arrows, which means, yeah, the effect of the
healing.
fruits won't be as effective. Meanwhile, though, on the top side, we're already looking at the possible skirmish.
Yeah, this is probably going to be the fight to disguise
No
from
way.
Just She. Pushes him back with the headbutt. Here comes Hyde right now, going in with a Nimbus Strike. He's going to go in. They have the flash, though. They might be able to kill the Alistar. One Mukau survives. And that's going to be it. Just She still doesn't have a lot of mana, but they're still playing around this jungle. But this is not good.
He
The
has to be
range of
careful.
WHG, if the piercing arrow might be able to kill him, so he needs to be careful running around here. Look at Spark. He wants to get the turn strike in order to get the piercing arrow, but he wasn't able to.
Exactly. Spark was enjoying his time and just sending arrows left and right to Just She and company. And the proactiveness of NGX will always be there for them, right? We often look at NGX and say that, you know, the first blood would happen and will always happen pre 5 minutes. And we saw the aggression right then and there. Lemon, meanwhile, on the bot lane, will be paired against the Gragas of Draw, and this was only made possible because of the Senna being available for NGX. And this is one thing that I kind of want to remind everyone: you only will be able to play this style if you have the Senna.
Yeah. This is what I like about the Senna pick, because you can really play around this range advantage that you have once they actually rotate.
Destiny play!
They have the Destiny top side, though. They still have an
Mikey.
ultimate. They have a lot of damage from that! What was that shock blast? And Mike is gonna fall together in the tower!
Wow.
And that was such a clean play from NGX.
This is what I really love about NGX. They will just be so decisive with their plays. Bot lane, though.
Yeah, Draw's gonna be next, and that's gonna be a kill. At least it's a 2-for-1 for a WHG.
Yep, it was an easy picking on the bot side. We all know that Draw, even with the explosive cask available, he wasn't able to disengage. But we look at the replay, Destiny play, and I thought that Mikey, I was wrong. Level 3 Spark, even with the flash available, it doesn't matter. Aaron gold card in. That's all she wrote for the carry of WHG. WHG, though, to their credit, was able to make a counterplay bot lane. And again, we have to target down. They have to target down something. They have to be able to trade something, and that trade was remarkable.
Yeah, honestly, if you just leave Aaron here in the mid lane, he can make those same kinds of plays. Because Demon Kaido is already rotating anyway, so might as well just let Aaron play in the mid lane so that the Destiny could really be played around with. And honestly, against Closer, it's not going to be a hard fight in the mid lane also. Yes, he can go for the dive against a Twisted Fate, but the Twisted Fate could just really stun him and the fight is done.
And we also have to remember that WHG, when they won their last game, the average game time was 24 minutes. So if you are NGX, you want to play fast. You want to finish this game pre-20 minutes because come late game, WHG just knows what to do.
And that is what's great about the Twisted Fate. Twisted Fate enables a lot of the players, and he would really accelerate it now. Acceleration Gate was used, and Closer is going to be next, but he was able to flash away to not get killed.
The decisiveness of NGX and Just Chi being unlocked to make plays left and right. Look at Just Chi. He's just so confident, but he has to be careful.
Yeah, Dawning Shadow to get some shields. Just had the perfect execution. Almost gets a kill.
Barrier.
But
Oh,
Just
no, he's
Chi's
dead.
going on the open arms of Spark, and he was corrupted to death.
And that's a very untimely death because if you look at the timers right now, WHG is in the position to secure multiple objectives.
Yeah, 2 towers, and now 1 tower, 1 kill, and this is going to be another draw. It's going to be next. They have a lot of damage, though. They would have another gold card coming out, and this could go for the stun against Lemon, but they don't have a follow-up, so this is WHG just running away from it.
There's a lot of tower plays that is being gifted over to WHG, and even if you look at the gold right now, there's like a big gap already.
Oh no, Destiny in front of a stun. That's gonna be careful. Justy was able to get the kill in the end anyway. August is gonna be running away. One more kill has been happening.
Okay.
August is gonna fall down. This is gonna be the Rift Herald that NGX could take because they don't have any jungler on the WHG side anymore.
NGX really is surprising WHG right now. WHG feeling safe and sound in front of the objective that they're trying to secure, but with one Destiny play, they were able to turn things around. And look at this, NGX wants 2 objectives 5 minutes in.
Yeah, they have an objective a while ago. Now they have their jungler again. August is available. Just she needs to back away before they start this Infernal Drake. Now, what would Woohoo do? They are looking to start it right now with 4k HP. Just she needs to go back. Right now, it's Woohoo Gaming, but they are still on 2k HP. They can start this right now with 2k HP. They got the knock up into Dawning Shadow to get themselves shields. They aren't able to steal it, but in the end, they want some kills. They want some blood. They got it on 1. They got it with a wind slash, but Closer falls. Mikey's not going to fall. Another. They're going to be chasing him down, but they're not going to go for more. At least a 1-for-1 and a dragon for Woohoo. But Draw able to get forward. Explosive cast, and Lemon's going to be the next one, and he might be killed right here. That's going to be a Nimber Strike, and that is going to be it.
And Draw even survives at the end of it all. Plus the fact that Aaron was able to get the tower mid lane. And GX just showing something surprising really here in WRLA that Chinese teams do not expect. Again, that is Lemon almost going down. He was still, kind of tanky, and he was able to survive that engage. But at the end of it all, NGX lost their jungler, but at what cost? They were able to get, 1, 2, 3 kills in the process. Now that's NGX for you. They're not going to be content to play the macro, the Chinese macro that we are accustomed in seeing. They will play wild. Dare to go wild is the motto of NGX.
NGX, getting kills left and right against Woohoo Gaming. And we've said a while ago, this same playstyle from both of our junglers is going to make a difference here. And looking at what NGX is doing right now, it's not just she was making the difference. It's Aaron with the destinies that he's been doing. He's the one making the difference for the team, and he's the one just putting the team at his back. He's the captain of the ship right now.
Not something that we expected. Lemon, though.
Yeah, gonna go in. Would not be able to do anything because he's stunned. Won't be able to move, frozen in place.
Easy picking once again, even if you're under your tower. The good thing about Destiny is that you can calculate the play that you are about to make. NGX saw that all the members of WHG are a mile away, so there's no reason for them to hesitate at all. August trying to make a play here, bot side, but that's okay. There's no one from NGX that is trying to defend this tower on the bot lane, and you look at them, they already knew that their next point of contention is on the top side.
Yeah, I would love to see a lot more from this because when they look at the turns, when they look at the objectives, they're decisive now. NGX might have gotten a lot more confidence because of that SEA Games win. Are they going to continue with this? And now Lemon is again going to be the target for members top side, but Lemon is just going to be patient top side.
3 towers to 2 towers, but more importantly, NGX mid lane towers still standing strong. And we have talked about NGX. They want to play fast. They want to win fast. Lemon?
Yeah, might get killed again here. Doesn't have the vision, and they know that Coulter is going to come out because they had the recall a while ago. But now it's a good thing that Lemon played it safe.
Also, one thing to note, all the kills being funneled onto Aaron's Twisted Fate, his damage is really approaching, the hard-hitting territory. Already 2 items, and possibly rapid fire cannon as his 3rd item buy, which doesn't really improve your damage. However, one of the things that you have to remember is that it extends the range of your gold card engage. So guys, if you ever see a Twisted Fate that runs rapid fire cannon, it is just to have an increased range onto that gold card.
Yeah, getting increased range on the sun is a targeted sun at that is a really perfect way to start it. And now on a 4-0, slowly closing into the rapid fire cannon, this is gonna go deadly for Woohoo Gaming. What the problem here is for NGX, as we said, the longer the game goes, the more WHG would have advantage. Now they're gonna go for a fight here if ever they want to, but they're still not committing on any position. I think NGX still wants to get a kill here before starting.
Yeah, they don't have vision whatsoever on the uphill. So Mikey is just going for the Pixel Bush.
Mikey's going to be the target. Unbreakable Will, so tanky for this man. Look at the back line. I think NGX might be targeted here. Lemon can't get close, but they already got the Rift Herald right now, so Woohoo can just run away. But they got it. They have another Destiny. The hole's going to come out. August's going to fall down, and Mikey's going to be the next target right here. Not even a gold card. They want to chase up Spark. Closer is also here, so they can go. If ever they won't be able to chase him, the Twilight Shroud is not going to help his cause. Even with that, the perfect execution is here, and he was able to run away in the end.
It really did help his cause because the gold card was targeted on towards the minion because the Twilight Shroud timing was almost perfect. We have to credit WHG. What they did was Mikey was a sacrificial cow in that exchange. Literally, right? Like the beef was in front of everybody, and he received a chunk of damage. But the overall award was for them to get the Rift Herald, which they were able to do. Aaron, again, just trying his best to reach Spark. Had it been that Aaron already had the completed RFC, he should be able to reach Spark. And that, I think, is the reason why it's very important. You look at the items of Aaron right now, it's already completed. 3 items, Twisted Fate.
Slowly going to danger zones, dangerous waters for MGX. Right now, Woohoo Gaming has the damage to back them up. If ever they dive Aaron, they dive Demon Kite, it's really possible for them to execute. But now it's a Mountain Drake. And as we say every time, this took off a lot of people, and now Mikey's gonna be next. They have another Unbreakable Will, but he's not gonna survive that. Explosive gas to go to Lemon. They have the Alligator right now in front of them, but he was able to flash away. It's a good thing that they had the Chain of Corruption, because that was the reason why they survived that, but they want to push mid lane.
Yeah, WHG is still trying to go for a trade. Rift Herald approaching the 2nd tower of NGX here in the mid lane. And I think August would be able to successfully secure this gold card connecting onto August. He's so fast though.
Gold card, able to run away. They have the broken wing still. They can still run in. They have the acceleration gate, and that's going to be it. The flash happened. And with even the slow, it's not going to help him. Broken wing's going to be going through the wall, but 2 Disguise was able to reach him. And that is why they still got the kill in the end. A high kill game here, Autolus.
Yep. And this is what NGX wants, right? They don't want average game time of 24 minutes. They will go for broke. They will punch you and make sure that you feel every haymaker that they throw at you. Aaron gets another gold card in.
Body slam saying Mikey was able to get 3-man on the knockup. Aaron's gonna fall down just because of that. And now they want to go to the back line. They have a stasis on closer. They got one kill and draw. That's not gonna be good. Hyde doesn't have any mana, and that's bad because they lost 3 members in the process just because they overchased the members of WHG.
They were able to plan the vision, but what they did not expect is that all utilities is still available for WHG. Now, WHG could posture a Baron takedown 13 minutes in. We all know this. Baron at 13 minutes, very, very squishy, very, very easy to secure.
A really good start, and now this is going to be bad. They botched that early game start, and now they're going to be getting this Baron onto the side of WHG and GX. What they can do here is just to watch it be taken by Woohoo Gaming. They have been pushed back by the cow, but the cow
kills.
is what they want. That is going to be what they need. Hyde is going to be here at the backside. He was able to get a decoy, but he wasn't able to follow through.
Okay, Spark.
He's going to be able to get Spark, and that's at least enough to get them something out of nothing.
And GX showing some teleport plays again. It's not often that we see teleport being invested at the backside of it all, but the reward is still so good for WHG. They were able to secure a Baron. An all-in by Lemon. Oh, he's dead! Closer could die here!
Stasis is available. Closer still doesn't have the Twilight Shroud. He's gonna be running away. And then GX still wasn't able to take tower. And this is gonna be bad overall, but let's take a look at this replay.
Yep. Mikey again with a 3-man knockup starting it all. Look at this pulverized headbutt combo. Plus the fact that Closer with a perfect execution was able to present himself at the middle of them all. It was just so good for WHG. Was a questionable engage by Hyde, but yeah, you would take those. All he wanted to do was to save the true carries, which is Demon Kite and Justchi, but it wasn't enough to save the Baron. You wanted to save Justchi because of that threat of the 50-50 smite, but WHG really played it well. And look at what WHG is still doing right now. They're pushing with the Baron and Parried minions.
Yeah, this is gonna be bad because slowly but surely we're seeing NGX struggle when it comes to the damage because even Raw built a bit tanky compared to what is expected of him. So now with Woohoo Gaming, have a lot more damage. They can really sustain together with Mikey. It's gonna be a hard fight, especially on this next Ocean Drake.
Gold is still that even Lemon could be engaged upon here. Remember, this is RFC Twisted Fate. The distance of the gold card plus this movement speed boost of the acceleration gate is enough.
Yeah, the Destiny. They want to get the Alligator. The Predator is being chased by his brace, and now Aaron flashes in together with him, and that's going to be another kill that NGX wants.
2 flash, 1 ultimate, but all in all, NGX is just about sending a message. We are here to not stay put, to not stand pat. We are here to really challenge you in every way and form. Draw has to be careful though, because you look at August and Mikey, that's a very deadly duo.
Yeah, now they have been able to get the top side of the map though.
Who's going to check?
Have any idea on where they are. They can go to the top side, get the push here, and just run away after. That's already a good win for their side. They're still pushing their boundaries. They still want to make a contract. They want to get a kill, but no, they're not going to follow through.
The value of Mikey's Alistar has been so good for WHG. His Unbreakable Will has been one of the reasons why almost all engages by NGX is being thwarted off. And you also have to give credit to WHG. Oftentimes, Mikey is the one at the forefront of everyone, which means that NGX is being dared to engage on him. Now NGX has no choice, really. That's the mind games that we have here in the highest tier of Wild Rift play.
Yeah. And they have been making waves with this. We don't usually see even Woohoo Gaming getting a lot of this kills. They're not accustomed to this, and where NGX just goes in and goes in. They're not expecting them to not have that gentleman's handshake. Now Ocean Drake is going to be up in 10 seconds.
That's a 3rd dragon. We all know how important that is. A lot of stats is being there to be on the table. By the way, she's already level 15. That's how far ahead this guy is. Carry jungle duel? Definitely on Justchi's side.
Yeah, on a Jace, has a lot of money, has a lot of gold, and this is going to be easy for him to execute anybody on the back line. But how is he going to reach that back line? That's going to be the question now. Positioning of Woohoo Gaming is really perfect here. If Fleming was able to get one a while ago, that could have been great. But now with the vision that they have, they're not going to be confident on taking this Drake. Now Ocean Drake is already on 4k HP.
Dominus.
They need to go in. They have the sun coming out on Lemon. August is just focusing on this. He's going to be able to steal Justchi, and he was able to pull back Mikey. He's in front of everybody, but but Lemon is not going to be chasing him down. NGX with the
Chain
help
of corruption
in the forefront of everybody with the Chain of Corruption. It's going to be hard for them to move forward. Justice going to fall, but Closer's going to be next. It's still a 2-for-1, and they got advantage because August is still alive.
Closer still the MVP, right? He was able to attract the attention of 4 members of NGX. Meanwhile, the 2 other members of NGX was already at the middle of everyone and getting ganked immediately. Aaron, though, has to be careful. August is trying to reach him.
Yeah, flash happens, broken wings. The knock-up's not going to reach him. He has to flash rapid fire cannon to get an extra move speed with fleet footwork. Is it going to be helpful? I think Aaron's going to die, but at least the Baron has not been taken.
Yep. Just as long as the prime objective is alive, and plus the fact that it's the Twisted Fate. Soon as he revives, he can just cast Destiny Play and will be able to catch the opponents off guard. Demon Kite and Haido 2v4, ladies and gentlemen. Mikey just knows that he can be at the flanking position to really get that final nail in the coffin.
Yeah, Mikey's gonna go in. He doesn't have any more minions. Pulverize is gonna push him back, and that's gonna be another one at that. They have the teleport coming in, but they don't have a lot of members. This is gonna be bad for NGX. They're losing a lot of their members. Raw's gonna fall, and that's gonna be it. Closer is almost dying, but it still survives after that shock blast.
I think it's time for them to let go of this Baron, although this is going to be a very big win for WHG, which they can use to really break down the inhibitor towers. At this point, could you still challenge this? 5 people strong for the side of WHG. They will still attempt to do so.
Yeah, Mikey's gonna be their target just for them to have the distraction. Hyde is gonna go in front, but August might be able to stop this because he has enough damage. That's gonna be the Chain of Corruption so much. Hyde falls down, and August still gonna be chasing them out, but WHG knows that it is gonna be careful because that's gonna be it, and that's a Baron taken.
NGX has been in this position so many times now. If anything, NGX is not going to surrender, even, with one primary buff being gifted to the opponent. The Elder Dragon win condition is still available for them anyway. So again, we look into this replay and we see a very good play by Mikey. Mikey has been so instrumental this game, right? Like he may be 0-5-5 and he could be memed altogether, but when it comes to those clutch plays, when it comes to those engages and being able to absorb a lot of pressure of NGX, he's done his job.
Yeah, he has been doing a lot of work. He's doing God's work for the side of Woohoo Gaming. I think this is a perfect champion that they could use against this type of composition for MGX, and they gave it in a silver platter on the hands of Mikey, and that's why Mikey has been making waves during this game.
Still very much winnable for NGX. You look at this Elder Dragon, and that still is a win condition for every single team.
Yeah, they need to take this. 4k HP. They have the Destiny. They
Destiny
got the
play.
vision. Now Hyde's gonna go in. He has everything in front of him. They're just pushing him back.
August
They're
is
not
the
hitting the
target.
Dragon. August is low HP. He might fall down here.
He's dead.
That's gonna be big for NGX, but Jushi's might fall, and that's gonna be it too. They have the concentration to work with, but the damage right here from Woohoo, it's just too much for NGX. They can't even go in.
They're trying to
the
secure.
damage is there. They can get the Elder Dragon because Woohoo was able to take it in the end, and NGX falls by a hair. That was almost theirs to take.
That's the closest team fight that we have had in this game, but WHG still comes out on top, and with Elder Dragon remaining and Baron buff minions, it is over. WHG takes game 1.
Woohoo Gaming just takes game 1, and that was such a close game, everybody. 200 HP on that Elder Dragon, and they weren't able to take it in the end. But it was such a great try from NGX. What a different game that we've seen here today, Alphalus.
Yeah. Sweaty game, indeed. Again, this is not what we expected, but it is what happens whenever NGX really plays. They will pull out the wild card, and their wild card today, at least in game number 1, was to play the Twisted Fate. It was so effective. I have to give my kudos to them. But in being able to weather the storm, we have to give credit where it's due. WHG was really so fundamental, was so solid, and did not flinch at all.
Yeah. Woohoo Gaming, even though usually we don't really expect a lot of kills from that game, NGX Esports, they had Woohoo Gaming, and they waited. They waited and waited until the damage right there of NGX is gonna falter, because they don't really have a lot of damage sources. Even the Senna is not gonna be enough for them to be a damage source, and that's why they waited for that opportunity. And once that happened, Woohoo Gaming just went in, go for 5v5 clashes, because they know they're gonna be winning those clashes.
True, Mikey has been just a big nuisance to the composition of NGX, right? Every single time that you see Mikey targeted down by the members of NGX, good things happen for WHG. In that last team fight, though, it was August that was targeted down. You look at the total damage dealt to champions, though, you would see that Joshi doubling the damage dealt by August. And August should be all smiles that, hey, you may win the jungle duel, but I still end up victorious because my team was able to win at the end of it all.
Yeah, and that's why here for the side of NGX, that was such a good try, honestly, because when it came to the team fight, Woohoo Gaming really just are way better just because of the fact that their champions are just built for it. NGX was built, this team composition was built to go weak side on both side laners, because what they can do is just try to go for pushes or maybe even get a cheeky Destiny pick off. But after the fact that they got their first Baron, Woohoo Gaming just stuck together and they didn't even care if ever NGX is gonna go for Destiny plays, because they know that they can win on those plays.
Yep. I mean, if anything, one thing that you could take away from this game, if you are the coaching staff of NGX, is that Yoshi is still him, right? Like he's still able to be at the forefront of everything. However, yeah, you still have to correct some of those overextensions, because we have to remember that one of the reasons why WHG was able to get a decent start into that game was because Joshi was so ahead, right? He wanted to kill Closer was able to survive, and because of that kill, WHG was able to get a lot of tower plates. And against Chinese team, man, you have to play perfect. You cannot really just look back and say, hey, you know what, this mistake is just one mistake. You have to look back and say, yeah, we have to approach this with a perfect mentality, right? Or with a perfectionist mentality, because that's how things are in WRL.
Honestly, such great performances from Aaron and Joshi together, because with what happened there, yes, we on the side of NGX, they have given a lot of opportunities right there because of the platings. They give some gold, even though they had a lot of kills during that game. It was still close. The goal was super close, even though that happened. But again, Mikey was the instrument to that victory, because Mikey was able to hold off everybody from NGX. That's why they weren't able to snowball perfectly.
Yeah, and on the top side, the game-winning play was because of Mikey, right? The 3-man pulverized headbot combo 0-5 and 5. It doesn't matter, just as long as you can make the plays that really counts. Dash.
Honestly, I would really want to say Alistar is such a really good champion on those types of compositions. Yes, it's not always going to be a priority, but on this types of composition, he was perfect. He was the perfect support to have in this one. Not even a Galio could really hold that off. But again, everybody, it's still game 1. We still have game 2, maybe even a game 3. Again, we're just going to be taking a short break before we head into that next game. See you guys in just a bit.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send one player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings.
Heading into game 2 with a loss, would NGX actually come back from that game? That was such a great game to see. Woohoo Gaming was able to turn it around even though they're on kill deficit against the members of NGX. But still, a really good try, a really good experimentation right there. Picking up a Twisted Fate on that first game was a really good wake-up call right there for Woohoo.
Yeah, and for the league as well, right? Like the league would be on notice that, hey, you know what, Twisted Fate was indeed very effective during the rotations. The cooldowns, every single time that Destiny was on cooldown and was available, right? You know, he would make a play. And oftentimes, you know, we see this same set of play with the Shen. You play the Shen, Stand United as an offensive tool. And that's how Destiny was played there, right? It was a soft counter to the Akali, but it still is closer, right? Every single time that NGX tries to make a play against closer was still able to survive because 1, you still have the stasis, 2, you still have the perfect execution, plus the shuriken flip. Akali is just so hard to pin down.
Yeah. And that's what's hard about the Akali. So far in this tournament, before we started the tournament, the focus on Akali was not really that high, but now it's a very bannable champion that everybody, especially that on the Chinese conference, they always respect an Akali on the other side. That's why they always would be banning it. And we saw it a while ago. They prioritized that Akali pick against an Aatrox that was open.
Yeah, and that really was what surprised us. NGX had the opportunity to pick the Aatrox, but they really drafted into it, right? They really had a plan to surprise WHG with the Twisted Fate, and I cannot fault their draft, right? Execution-wise, they've been doing so good, except for the fact that, you know, in that one moment in where Mikey found the angle for that 3-man pulverized headlock combo, their momentum really got squashed.
Look at the respect that they have always for that Kha'Zix on Jashi. Even though Lee Sin a while ago was also banned. But Woohoo Gaming, are they gonna show us something? Are they gonna give us the Baus FFS in this game? I hope so. I hope so. We get a Sion in this game.
My good man, Zombie Man. Oh, that's Shen for Lemon. Okay, we have to remember that if WHG ever drafts a Shen, it's not going to the jungle because August is their true carry, their true star. And so Lemon would be the one playing the Shen. One way to deal with this is to gank and to attack the Shen lane, right? And that, I think, is the reason why NGX prioritized Riven, meaning to say that they are willing to flex this Riven over to Hyde just to have that winning matchup against the Shen. It now comes down as to if he's really in the mood or confident enough to be that strong lane, because oftentimes whenever we see NGX play, with Hyde, they are so willing to give him the weak side of the map.
Woohoo, not getting the Akali, so they're going to be picking up the Zed on the side of Woohoo and picking up our pretty strong champion right there, going for the Zoe. I would really love to have a Varus, as he said, because that could be a good counter to the Zoe, and that would be an easier lane overall.
Yeah. Although the damage profile of NGX could be one of the reasons why they opted for the Ziggs instead of the Varus. Because by going with Varus, what do you have? Like 3 champions on the AD? So you kind of need that AP damage. So Ziggs does make a lot of sense. Now we go over to the next set of bans, and it would be the Jax as a target against Zo closer? Because this is already a defined Shen, right? Like this Shen should go to Lemon. Scouting report says that Lemon should be the one playing this. So I don't understand the Jax ban.
Are they, because they respected Lemon as a weak side lane, they're looking at August actually just going for it? That's not gonna happen. August is always gonna be going for the carry. So what they could have banned there was a Gwen. That Gwen could have been way better ban for NGX there, because Woohoo Gaming is gonna take that for free.
For sure. Although Gwen is one of those champions that it's the most coin flip champion of all, right? Like it's a champion that when strong is super strong, when behind is super behind, right? Super no.
Rakan!
Is this the draw special? All right. Okay. The reason why I gasped, for everyone's information, is that NGX's support draw, when he was popping off on in SEA Games, it was through this champion, and to me, he was really the MVP during that SEA Games tournament, because his Rakan play was so good.
Interesting. This is gonna go to August. This Shen is gonna go to August, surprisingly, but they can still put August and Zed if possible, because with this Renekton pick, that just made a difference on what they could pick here. But Mikey again on an Alistar. This might be hard. NGX needs someone to go for CC, at least a second CC source on their team.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that could have been it. That could have been fun. Yes, it is.
There you go.
Yes, it is. There you go. The Lilia comes out.
Okay. All right. So just the fact that they still went with Ziggs now seems questionable to me. More questionable to me, because again, if you look at their draft, there was, well, anyway, it was how the draft developed, right? But now they have 2 AP damage source, and what I really liked about this composition of NGX is they still would want Just Chi to pop off. Lilia, do not count out a Lilia. Especially when it comes to damage, right? We have seen a lot of pop-off moments on this champion. Most notably was the 1v4 moment by Chaz back in his days with RRQ. So it is very much doable that this Lilia could be the wild card that NGX needs and wants against the Chinese team.
Yeah, what I really like about the Lilia is the fact that on this meta specifically, she's really good. She's really good just because of the amount of melee champions that she can hit with her skill 1. Which is why I am gonna be excited to see that. But the only problem here is that the Lilia could easily be jumped onto, which is why people haven't been picking her up, because the coin flippy nature of this champion is hard to deal with.
Is it more coin flippy than the Gwen, you think?
Honestly, no. It's way easier to pull off a Lilia.
Okay. All right. Then we have to trust the minds, the creative minds of the coaching staff of NGX. This is what G10 has to say. As fearsome as NGX is in the APAC and PH scene, they have failed to crack the SEA and conference code. WHG has been very consistent so far. Yeah, well, consistent in the sense that they're good against, lower end teams, but against the bigger teams, they tend to falter. I think that's what he was trying to say.
Yeah, honestly, when it comes to other teams, I think Woohoo Gaming might have a lot of problems, but NGX could really pose a threat against them on this game. But again, look at that. It's very definitive that pulverized from Mikey was the reason why it was hard. Yeah, for NGX.
Every single time, right? Yeah, being able to crowd control your opponent for 43 seconds is kind of good, right? Like, it's one of those stats that WRLA is also taking note of, the amount of time that you are able to crowd control your opponent. It's a good stat, to be honest with you. Now Aaron, again, is just enjoying the range advantage that he's having here in the mid lane. Meanwhile, Hyde, again, this is not a new champion for Hyde. We have seen him pop off on this champion, and in fact, if you were to ask me what champion do I feel more comfortable or most comfortable Hyde play, it is this champion.
Yeah, I really love seeing Hyde picking up this champion, because this is honestly one of his best picks. Whenever he picks this champion, usually he really plays it so well that most people really don't see it as much. But I hope he gets to play this a lot more, and he gets this time to shine.
And also Aaron on the Jace, right? I think it's also one of his best champions. So when it comes to comfort, NGX really dialed down and just made sure that all their players would be comfortable in playing whatever they want to play. On the top side though, Just She is around the area, so there could be a potential gank or skirmish if Mikey decides to push through.
Yeah, if they can go for more damage sources here for their side, this would be big. Because this is a different Woohoo gaming that we're going to be seeing. Because August is on guard duty. Now Demon Kite might be his next target
spotted,
though. Because he still has Saigon United to work with if ever they go for a full-on dive on Spark. So that's good that August was here.
Oh, 100% win rate. It will be challenged now by NGX. Right, but you would, just from that trade alone, Demon Guy is actually doing so good. Oh
wait, Mikey flashed away during that fight, and now that would be a big win for NGX. They can go for a gank and try to focus on Mikey.
Yeah, just as long as he's not level 5, then the opportunity to burst down this gal is definitely there. Now Mikey is close to level 5 though, so that's something good for him. Hyde is still respecting Lemon and Mikey's presence, and although he had the opportunity to last hit that cannon minion, he decided not to push through.
Yeah, they're still gonna be, having the level 5 on Mikey. Unbreakable Will is just gonna make it hard closer. Gonna go for the fight. Aaron forced to flash away, but they both flash in, and Aaron's gonna fall down here for sure. And that's the power of the Shen right there. August could be chased down by Just She. Just She wants to get them closer, but the flash is being used by Closer to run away.
A flash for a flash, and just looking at that, it's about Aaron just trying to rotate topside, but you would already see that WHG just played around it perfectly. I mean, you look at the vision control on the top side. WHG, what they wanted there was to just plant the vision. It was just a bonus that Aaron showed himself and gave a kill.
We'll need to skedaddle out of that, because that's one of the things that is hard about the Jace versus Zed lane. Because Zed would have the bigger advantage, but now Draw has a quickness. He's not going to be popping that off. He does have the Ignite in his hand. He was able to get the shield, but he wasn't able to get the execute in the end. Aaron's going to be here. The Shockless is going to be hitting on Mikey. The flash happened from Hyde, but is still not able to end it. Aaron's going to die here, and Lemon is going to be surviving. Here comes the fray. Here comes Lemon. Just She missed a bit. Looting Lullaby is at the ready, but the passive is enough to get the kill.
Yep, the damage over time is enough. So that in turn was a 2 for 2 if I'm not mistaken. Spark is here.
Ooh, that's scary.
Okay, that's it. Yeah, that's it. Like, with that one miss, that just means that, you know, NGX would be able to return safely to their bases. But we look at that replay, and one of the questionable things for me was that Draw still tried to engage even with 1 HP. I think it's because he already knew that he's already dead. Yeah, and I think he just wanted to help. And it's so timely for WHG because the Honey Fruit was available. Had it been that it's not available, Lemon wouldn't be as healthy as he is right now. And in turn, again, that still is a 2 for 2 advantage to WHG because it was NGX that was making the play.
Yeah, NGX tried to go for it, and that's not what you want to do whenever you're fighting against an Alistar. They need to learn from last game. Every time they try to engage, Alistar is there to stop them. And now Rip Herald's going to be started. Lemon's going to go in. They have the ultimate. The Stand United is here. They have the Lilting Lullaby. They're waiting for it. They can Inferno Bomb to do some damage. Lilia is down. Now there's going to be time for Woohoo Gaming, but they're still were able to get it in the end. Perfect timing, and now they lost a lot of members, but at least they got the Rip Herald.
Yeah, 3 for 0 though. That's the bigger problem. And also one thing that I have noticed for NGX, their lineup does not have a standard Serpent's Fang user, which is something that you would use to counter the Stand United. WHG trying to secure this Mountain Dragon.
Yeah, Aaron's here. Paddle Stars at the ready. They want to chase down the back line. He needs to be careful about Woohoo's Mikey. He's going to be left alone here. He's just going to be sacrificing himself. And that's going to be at least gives a kill to NGX.
Before dinner, Aaron still is able to get one!
He's not yet done. He wants to go for more now without his mana. He just stands there. With the Death Mark survives with Ignite on his head with 1 HP. NGX Aaron survives.
Hullbreaker diff, everybody, and that's the reason why you buy Hullbreaker. Not only that it gives you superior side lane pressure, it also gives you enough HP to survive those all-ins coming from the Zed. Now Hyde and company on the top side will be getting 3 plates of their own. Now they're actually giving WHG a taste of their own medicine. Lemon though going in.
Knock up happens. Stand United. Lemon's gonna be here. Might be able to get one taunt, and that target is gonna be WHG, and he's for dinner
Easy.
for Woohoo Gaming.
This is what you said, right? Like Lilia, if you go all in against Lilia, it's so easy to assassinate her.
Yeah, now they're gonna follow through. They have the quickness. The flash from Lemon is just gonna help his cause, and Ruthless Predator is gonna be taken down. Draw's gonna be next. If you trouble bubble, he's not gonna be moving from that one. And now NGX loses 3 more members.
Yeah, WHG is now the one returning the favor towards NGX, right? Earlier today, during game number 1, we have seen dives after dives from WHG. But this time, sorry, from NGX, but this time, WHG is the one doing it against NGX. Aaron, though, again with the Hull Breaker, this is what you want, right? The side lane pressure is definitely going to be on your side whenever you have the Hull Breaker. Look at the cannon minion. It's so tanky to a point that the HP of the tower is already less than 700.
Yeah, it's really hard right now. What can they do here? 4k
Thanks.
gold lead on the side of Woohoo Gaming. They need to wait for the objectives. But it's still possible if ever they might be able to get to the late game, because remember, the early game power of the composition of Woohoo Gaming is there, but the later the game goes, the Lilia pops up. Everybody from the side of NGX could honestly pop off.
Yeah, and we also looked at the amount of plates that were gifted to NGX, right? Or that NGX was able to break 6 plates to 1 plate of WHG, but that did not stop WHG to earn a huge amount of gold advantage just because of the amount of kills that they were able to get. So yeah, it's kind of surprising to me, really, because oftentimes whenever we see a Wild Rift game, you know, those tower plates is kind of a good return or a good equivalent to the kills that will be gifted over to your opponent. Not today though, not in game 2.
Right now, for what I'm seeing from NGX, I'm still waiting for a big lilting lullaby coming in from WHG, because he hasn't had any chances to go for a good lilting lullaby. Closer, goes in for the death mark, won't be able to hit that shuriken. Aaron could go for the punish, doesn't have a lot of skills on their side. Flashes in, it's not in range. They're gonna be chasing him down. The slow comes out, and that's gonna be the damage. Closer's gonna fall.
An overcommitment though, with the Mega Inferno Bomb even being invested as an insurance. That just means that WHG would be confident in going for some other place. WHG was awarded the first break on the top side. No tower plates for them though, because the plates has just dissolved just a couple of moments back. Still is a good advantage for WHG overall. The return of the tower, or the return trade of the tower on the bot lane isn't even going to happen, which is really what surprised me.
Oh wait, this is August too aggressive. He thinks he's a carry right now with his Shen, but that was really surprising for me, because I thought he's just gonna go in, wait for someone to go in. Now he still has the Saigon United to use on this fight, so he still can use it right now. It's gonna be hard for NGX to follow through. Mikey's gonna go in. They want to go for WHG, wants to go for the kill. They still have the Lilting Lullaby at the ready. They're still not using it right now, but they already have one. Demon Kite's gonna fall down, and the members right now are just converging on NGX. They're all gonna fall one by one. Spark goes in for the flash, won't be able to hit the Battle Star, and that Lilting Lullaby was too late, WHG. I thought he was gonna use it a while ago.
They cannot withstand the pressure that is being put through by WHG. One by one, WHG goes in, and another kill is going to be rewarded to them with the stellar play by Mikey. Mikey just knows that they have the upper hand. Like, at this point in time, NGX cannot do a thing. Mikey engages, Mikey gets rewards to his team. Yeah, a lot of rewards.
Honestly, I wanted to wait for that Lilting Lullaby during that 2-man engage on the top side. They could use, they could have used the Lilting Lullaby to run away. They didn't need to wait for the Shen to actually come out. But let's take a look at this replay.
I mean, you look at this replay and you will already see how confident WHG is. With the Pulverized Headbot combo, Hyde was used as the elevator for Closer to get closer to Demon Kite. That is the primary target, and that, I think, is also one of the glaring weaknesses of NGX and APAC in general. Oftentimes, the Dragon Laner isn't going to be in the prime position to still be safe, ultra safe from their opponents, and that's the reason why Demon Kite suffers a lot of deaths. Now, Aaron, again, was just the dessert on top. We did say that August is the carry jungler for WHG.
He's carrying.
Even on the Shen, he's carrying.
He's carrying on the Shen, which is really surprising for us right now. They want to go in, but it's going to be the Saigon United going to be invested just for him to run away, because they have another objective here, which is the Ocean Drake.
Multiple objectives and a huge amount of gold lead to the side of WHG. Aaron, though, feeling the pressure right now. Even Lemon is here, flashing in.
Lemon's gonna go in. He's gonna flash through. Aaron just wants to get under the kill shot. Last
one
won't be
more?
able to hit, but 1 HP on that. He's gonna chase them down, but look at the top side of the map. They're gonna go for the fight here. It's a 3v4. It's a fight that they can win.
Spark?
WHG goes in. They have the wind slash, but it won't be able to hit on the right target. Hyde is gonna be able to get the kill. Spark is gonna be next. Portal jumps to nothing, and NGX loses one member, but at least they got 2.
Yeah, Signs of Life for NGX was able to get some kills and also would be able to get an objective here in the bot lane and mid lane. So some injection of gold here and there, very much needed by NGX squad. Still though, we have to call a spade a spade. WHG is still in full command.
Yeah, 6k gold lead right now for Woohoo Gaming. It's gonna be climbing mountains if ever they want to win here. But let's take a look at the replay.
This was a 3v4, mind you, right? So this is WHG just feeling ultra confident that they can withstand, again, the damage that comes from NGX. But luckily and finally, Hyde and company shows up. In terms of the damage being able to dish out, NGX does not lack, or is not lacking, right? They have damage from Lilia, they have damage from Demon Kite, and they even have damage coming from Hyde. So it just comes down to the fact that they are not able to dish out the damage that they need to, because oftentimes Mikey would be at the forefront of everything, and even if you dish out the damage against an Alistar, it's not going to be very impactful, huh?
Look at how hard it is, though. Whenever they try to go for this fight, it's hard because they have gold advantage here for WHG, but it's still Signs of Life that they have towers in front of the members of Woohoo Gaming, and they are still surviving. They're waiting for them to scale up. The damage of WHG is going to be massive later on, and they need to be careful about it. Woohoo Gaming, they're the ones who are on a time bomb here, because the longer the game goes, NGX would have full advantage.
True. It also depends, though, if WHG would be able to secure the third dragon, right? Because regardless of if your opponent is, or has the better end of the stick when it comes to the scaling composition, if you are able to secure the 3 dragons, a lot of stats would be gifted to your team. And basically, you know, the late game advantage that a composition possesses gets negated.
804 on a Shen. What is this? What am I seeing right now? 4 items already heading into the 5th for this Shen. And that's how you call it. That's how August is. He's always going to be the carry of the team, even if he's holding the Shen. Heralding the team, he's still going to be the one who's just going to be carrying in front of everybody. Now, he's going to be starting the fight. Doesn't even care if he dies here, because he still is so tanky that NGX wouldn't be able to actually breach through his armor.
I know that his name is August, but feels Christmas to him right now. Like the amount of gold that is with him, 14.6k, my man. And we were right with our scouting report, right? Like August is really going to be the slaughter of WHG. And we kind of dubbed this duel between WHG as the jungle duel, because both these teams really has a very good jungler.
Oh, another one. Aaron's gonna fall down. Perfect timing again for Woohoo Gaming bot side.
You play Shen offensively, you play Shen this way. And yeah, for sure, like, yeah, you could gift over the Shen to your carry junglers. And I think this is also going to be a notice to everyone. Like, even with NGX, that, hey, you know what, we can also play Shen offensively. We can play Shen with Just because, I mean, you look at this game and it's a clinic as to how to play it offensively.
Yeah, and honestly, at this point in the game, when they have really big advantage when it comes to the gold, it doesn't matter if he feels stanky. He's not gonna die, and he's gonna be dealing damage just because of how Shen's skills work. And that's why it's still a very scary Shen. And look at how he's now just going back, just giving this team a lot of this gold, because look, even looking at that Renekton, even looking at that Zed, they're gaining a lot of gold because they're being enabled by that Shen.
True. Like, all those assists and all those space that is being gifted over to the solo lanes is just very much impactful. Add to the fact that they have the upper hand when it comes to the dragon count, and in a couple of seconds, right, in 50 seconds, we would be seeing WHG just try to secure their third dragon. And so what this means is that WHG would be planting vision all over the map of NGX just to make sure that, you know, this next fight would be all Woohoo Gaming.
Full items on the Shen, 5 items on the board. August is just going to be pushing top side, and this is not going to be easy for Hyde to actually just stop if ever he goes for Stand United. Lemon could just go in, and even Mikey, in order for them to just start this fight, because right now, Hyde doesn't have the capabilities of fighting the Shen.
Yeah, and you look at WHG, they are now just planting vision. Mikey is just in front of everyone and is a living ward right now. Spark, though, got hit.
That could have been a start, though. If ever they started with a Lilting Lullaby,
Why,
Spark could have been
Mikey?
dead. The damage is going to be
Ignore
there. They're
Mikey!
going to go in. Mike is not going to be there. And that's going to be the stop. He was able to flash away. They still got the dragon in the end. And that is, as you said, triple Drake on the side of Woohoo Gaming.
Oh no, now the chances of NGX winning is just so grim, and Mikey knows!
Yes, Spark is going to be the target. It's a good thing they went in. They didn't hesitate to go for the kill. They got the dragon, but at least they got Spark. A bit chunk of their damage has been taken down, and NGX is not stopping to go for the push. They still have the ultimate. I'm waiting for Just to go in and just go for a big Lilting Lullaby, but the Baron is still ready. They use the Stand United. This could be a chance for NGX to go. No poke damage from the side of Woohoo Gaming, and they're going to go in. They have the Grand Entrance. They're going to go for more to the skies. They are in front. They have a lot of damage. Jetmark's going to kill one, but they're going to follow through. They don't have any more damage. Aaron doesn't have any more HP or rather mana, and he's not going to be getting more damage to the members of WHG.
That's a 1-4-0, but NGX was able to break down the inhibitor tower, which in turn would mean that WHG would be able to make their way onto the Baron, though, which really is what is scaring me right now for NGX. Blue buff, though.
Yeah, they're gonna go for the blue buff, try to go for it. Stand United was able to cancel August. Closer's gonna go in front with nobody together with him. August is low in HP, but the backline has been breached. Judgy has been taken down. 4 members are in front of him, and Lemon is still surviving in the backline. He wasn't able to do anything much. Here comes the slice. Nadice is gonna be coming through, and Lemon is still chasing him down with a called the Meek, and that sight is gonna be on his head. Demon Kite is gonna be left alone here, Otlus, and he might be dead, even with Draw in front of him. NGX is gonna have a hard time. Here comes the Grand Entrance, but he's gonna be dead. The bombs are gonna be in front of him, and Demon Kite is not gonna do much. Spark, he tried, but he wouldn't be able to do anything more.
Definitely tried to outplay, but with Just She down, with almost all members of NGX down, what can you do, Hyde? All you can do is to really hide right now. Like, you look at the Baron, it just not melt so fast with the 4 members of WHG still being present.
It's still really hard. Now Hyde is going to try to go for the Wind Slash, which is too close for comfort. Hyde is going to be running away, uses the flash. And Hyde is going to be surviving. Aaron, 12k gold, or 11k gold lead.
3 dragons, 11k gold lead. Baron buff. What more can you ask for? I mean, if NGX still is able to find that miraculous team fight right now, I don't know how I would react, because this is definitely going to be close to insurmountable. I mean, just looking at the game state right now, WHG just has a very big advantage.
Big advantage. 11k gold lead. Full items on August. They're not even close in getting their full items. NGX is having a hard time, and now here comes the kill, and that just took off one. Not even doing anything. They got him. They got Draw. Demon Kite's gonna be next. He's gonna fall. And that's it. Woohoo Gaming could just end this if ever he wants to, because bot lane could be killed. But look at the mid lane, though. Aaron wants to make something happen. Not gonna make it possible because 2 members has already backed away, but Woohoo Gaming wants to just end this. You have 2 defending the bot lane, 2 versus 3 on this tower. Just hide. Aaron's not even here. The Wind Slash is not gonna do damage. Minuscule against August. He's been pushed back. They can end this game. They want to go for more. Are they gonna be able to do anything? Because look at August. He's just focusing on his goal, and that's the Nexus. That's Woohoo for you, taking 2-0.
And as much as I want to commend the Lilia pick, I feel, whatever plan NGX had in this game, centering their game plan around the Lilia in the jungle, was not effective at all against WHG.
It has
WHG, exactly. Like, you look at that game, you don't have any Serpent's Fang user, and that was the main reason why WHG was feeling so confident in all their engages. They know that the Stand United deliverer would still be alive and standing strong in all those plays, and add to the fact that you can use the Alistar as the Shen deliverer means that with the unstoppable will, or unbreakable will, plus the Stand United, the Shen will always be delivered, right? Like the game plan of WHG was so simple to see and execute, to a point that Lilia was not able to do her work.
Yeah, I really thought that they're gonna be using that Lilia to the full potential. Because honestly, even if you hit 2, if you hit 1, that lilting lullaby could have been big. But the members right there of NGX, that might be because of what happened during game 1. They hesitated a lot on pulling the trigger on Jessie's lilting lullaby. Because even if that was not a 3-man, 4-man, it's okay, because at least you could have stopped the fight right there and then, so that it wouldn't snowball in favor of Woohoo.
Yeah, a couple of things. You can use the Lilting Lullaby as a defensive option as well, right? You can use it as a disengage tool. I mean, we look at the total damage dealt to the champions, and yeah, Just was still able to dish out a huge amount of damage, but we have this thing though. We have this type of damage that will always be superior to the total damage, and that's what we call effective damage. Is the amount of damage that was dealt here by Just effective? Was it really impactful? I don't think so. I think that August's damage, 19k, all those 19k was so instrumental in getting the win, and WHG getting the 2-0 against the APAC team of NGX just solidifies themselves as really a consistent team. They will be winning against lower end teams and will be losing only against the top teams from China.
That's honestly one of the problems with whenever you have a Lilia pick, right? You need someone to set up for the Lilia, and the only one that can set that up was Raw. If you have a different champion that could do that, maybe even the Varus, if they were planning to pick the Lilia anyway, the Varus could have been a better pick, honestly, because that could have been easy kills on the board for that Lilia. That's why, yeah, that is probably one of the things that I really expected from NGX during that time. But yeah, it's really up there. We can definitely see the cracks on how the NGX strategizes here against especially Woohoo Gaming. They had a chance. I'll be honest with you, they had their chance, especially during game 1. It was a nice try overall.
Still a nice try, right? Like, and that's the thing, right? Oftentimes we would be hearing a lot of comments from people saying, hey, you know what's happening? Why are we trying to be over experimental with our draft? Why is NGX doing this, doing that? We have to remember that this is a practiced set. This is something that they really went for heading into this matchup. Add to the fact that, you know, the only way for you to be able to really win against Chinese teams is to surprise them. You cannot play their game. They're already superior at playing their game because of the amount of XP that they've been playing the same style over and over again, and also being exposed against, you know, teams that really knows how to do this. I cannot fault NGX for trying, you know, being experimental with their draft, and I kind of want to give them my hat in you know, being playful and in still being surprising.
In their WRL, they have played so much games, and we all know that their meta is always going to be at the top, and changing that, going for off meta picks would be the chance for APAC. The only team that I've seen that could play their own game in the side of APAC is Roster Y. Roster Y really is good at playing in the Chinese game. But here, look at this. Mikey on an Alistar, 2 MVPs. Just because
is he? No, you have to give it to August though, right?
Honestly, during this game, yeah, it's August. But in this game, it was also because of the fact that they just snowballed a lot more. That's why, yeah, it's August's play during this time. But game 1, yeah, it goes to Mikey.
Don't worry. I mean, we can voice out our opinions, but we would still agree that, you know, Mikey was also instrumental, and also to the fact that, you know, add to the fact that there are 2 supports for WHG. There's no reason to sub out Mikey because of his performance during game number 1, and this game number 2 is also deserving of the MVP. We just wanted, you know, August to kind of get the credit that he kind of deserves in game number 2.
Yeah, honestly, he gets a spot there. Gets full items before even the game ends. Well, what is that on a Shen of all champions? But again, that was a really commendable play by NGX. But again, Woohoo Gaming is just a different beast. Right now, they just unleashed the beast against NGX. But again, we still have another unleashing to do, which is on Series 2 and Series 3. We have a lot of games in store for you, everybody. But before we head into it, we're just going to be taking a break. See you guys in just a bit.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th. With 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action, who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the players' items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be
Still in series, back in the game, and this is the time to see because this is going to be a very close matchup, FPX versus Thunder Talk Gaming. On this series too, we've seen the victory a while ago of Woohoo Gaming, but this is a different storyline that we have for today.
Definitely. It is going to be an exciting match altogether. Again, Wait, let me just catch my breath here, Dash. Kind of ran first. But yes, this is going to be a Chinese versus Chinese team. FPX going against Thunder Talk. We have seen FPX, really solid. Really was struggling in the early beginnings of this tournament, right? We knew FPX as the WRL Season 1 champion, but to me, their form isn't there yet.
Yeah. Right now, Thunder Talk Gaming has been struggling during the last games before they won against Cerberus Esports. I think right now let's talk about FPX. FPX won, and Fado is a different beast from those last games that we saw them on the hands against OMG, even picking up the Corki on the top lane so that they would win the White Cat lane against the Renekton. That was such a great showing for them, and FPX is such a great savior here for the side of FPX.
I was someone who casted that game, right? And Fado really won them that game by himself on that Fiora. So Fiora is going to be a very much contested pick here. We look at Thunder Talk. They're also a team that did have some mid-season changes, right? If FPX had a change in their jungler in changing over to QF16, Thunder Talk also now has a new Dragon Laner, which to me has been one of the reasons why Thunder Talk is a different team. Now they are able to present multiple threats altogether to help out alleviate some pressure from Z. Z is still the star player, but do not be mistaken. Like, Soil is really doing his best to help out Z.
Yeah, Soil is such a great substitution here, or at least a great addition to the roster so far. And now let's take a look at this mid lane matchup. Z is the star player. Z has always been known to be one of the best mid laners right there in the China conference, but Skyavel is not lacking. This guy has been, honestly, the way he plays is, how can I say this? Interesting. It's not the best word to actually describe him, but he knows how to play against these better players than him.
Yeah, he's a very solid foundation here in the mid lane. He's very stable, right? Like, okay, what I really like about Sky is that he's going to play Jace, he is going to play all those carries like the Quirky, but if asked to play the Garen, he will also play the Garen. We also have to note that Sky is one of the veterans. If I'm not mistaken, he is one of the players in the mid lane that have had a lot of experience already. Not with FPX. I think he started with EVG and then, transitioning over to FPX. Just goes to show the caliber of this player. If you are a veteran that gets passed around by teams that is on that particular caliber, that just means that, they're seeking out your talents.
Yeah, and his talent is not in any way really far away. I mean, Z is a prodigy himself, but it's not really far away when you have that experience, when you have that mindset as a player. That's why Sky is still a good contender here in the mid lane. It's not going to be lacking behind Z, but let's take a look at the stats. First Dragon, we're looking at Herald being prioritized here, different priorities for our team, so that we do expect differences from FPX and Thunder Talk Gaming when it comes to the first objective.
First objectives really varies, right, when it comes to teams, but the preference of Thunder Talk to start with the Dragon will be closely monitored by us here, Dash, because oftentimes, the only time that you would be going for the first Dragon is if you cannot really go for the first Herald. But enough of that for now. Let's go back to, I think this is Alora, our host, with the introductions.
比赛将由 FunPlus 对阵 TT， 两支队伍目前的状态都有所回暖，常规赛过半的压力也转化为他们的动力，不断促使他们前行。而今天哪支队伍会更胜一筹，让我们拭目以待。接下来，让我们欢迎 FunPlus Phoenix 以及 Thunder Talk Gaming。Hello everyone, welcome to the stage of 2023 Wild Rift League Asian 1. I'm Laura. Today's second game will be FunPlus versus TT. Both teams performed better in recent games, and the pressure has also turned into their motivation, allowing them to be their best condition. So which team will be better today? Let's wait and see. And now it's time to welcome FunPlus Phoenix and Thunder Talk Gaming.
感觉到了2比0拿下。
或者说今晚喝粥。
And here we go.
首先
After
有
that
请
team
双方单
introduction
人
that
选
we've
手登
seen,
场。
I think
In the
that's a
solo
very,
league,
very bit
Pass
tame
battle,
on
TP
that start that we've seen here from FPX and Thunder Talk Gaming. The mic sessions was really chill. It was really chill.
Yeah. And again, as we look into the
接下来有
introductions
请双方打野
by
选手登
the
场。
players here,
In the jungle,
I actually am
Pass,
being asked
QF
by
TP, 小白
one of our commenters, who are the top dogs, and give us a bit of history. If you look at the top dogs right now, like FPX, they used to be a top dog.
下面有请
They're the
双方中
number
路
one
选手
team
登
back
场。
in
In the
WRL
mid
season
lane,
1.
Fengpass,
But they have been
Stifle,
supplanted
TT,
by KBG. KBG is definitely going to be the number one team, especially after unlocking like a 10-1 record in this tournament or in WRLA.
接下来有
But
请双
the
方
other
射
teams
手
that are
登
to
场。
look out for, in
In
my
the duel
opinion,
lane,
and you can
Fengpass,
also give your
A13,
opinion here, Dash,
TP, Soil.
are J Team, Nova Esports, of course, and possibly EDG. Those are the 5 teams I'm really looking forward
Not
to.
even
最后有请
Weibo
双方
on
辅助
your
登场
list. Interesting.
And the
Oh yeah, Weibo.
Fengpass,
I just forgot
TP,
Weibo.
SM1.
Yeah, I'm
I
a
mean-
huge Chi fan.
Yeah, very big Chi fan. The only time that we've seen the most effective Varus, and that's why right now people have more priority with the Varus. Just ditch the
两
Lux
支队伍现在集结
overall
完
just
毕，
because of
让
what
我
they
们
have
即
been
刻进入
doing
召
so
唤师
far.
峡谷。
Yeah,
All the
and
players are
honestly,
getting
same
ready.
thing.
Let's start
Things
into
to
the
look
battle.
at, it's still the top 4, as Autolus said. But one thing that I could add for those top 4, I would love to see a lot more from this team that we have right here, FPX.
FPX?
Because they had that WRL Season 1 championship, I still can't really push them off.
Count them
They
out,
can
yeah.
they can still get there onto the top 4 if ever they would need to, because they've been fighting really hard games so far. Maybe in the future they could really adapt, because it's still 8 games that they've fought. Maybe in the second half they would do better.
Also, one thing to note is that, you know, it's not the same roster. The roster that they fielded when they won the championship, I believe there were like 3 changes already. But if anything, it has always been Fado. Right? Fado has been one of the veterans of the team, was part of that championship squad, and it shows with his play, especially when being allowed to play the Fiora. We saw him really showcase his skills on the champion the last game out. I won't be surprised if Thunder Talk immediately bans it away, just to make sure that, you know, Fado won't have the same level of expertise, especially heading into this series. Because this series, we have to call a spade here, Dash. Both these teams, they both want to win, because the magic number 8, it's very much doable for them, right? Both of them are on the brink of being eliminated from the top 8. And the reason why I said number 8 is because in order for you to qualify for the playoffs, then the magic number for the Chinese teams is the number 8.
Yeah, they need to get 8 wins in order for them to qualify here or after. Because after they go for that, it's possible to go for tiebreakers still, but it's highly unlikely to go for tiebreakers because of the amount of points that we have accumulating that we're going to be seeing later on after this whole series that we have. But it's still really possible for them. I think the number 9 is the safest bet if you really want to get there.
Of course, like 9 wins, that's as good as a 50-50, right? Like, 9 out of a possible of 19 wins means it's around 45% win rate. We're going into the 1v1, and it's going to be between A13. Who is the player from Thunder Talk again? I think it was given to us as an information. Soil. All right, so the new Dragon Laner going against A13.
And Ash. Whew.
I think it's Corki favored, right?
It
Is
is
it not?
Corki favored. It is Corki favored. The only thing I can definitely say about the difference between the Corki and the Ash is that the Corki would have the advantage in the early game just because of the fact that Corki has a lot of wave clear. Ash is only good because of her ultimate, and after that, she's not gonna be doing as much. And yeah, this could easily won by Corki.
And oftentimes, I mean, you kind of want to maximize the poke potential of an Ash by going for, you know, volleys left and right and maintaining your distance, because that's how Ash is so good. That's where Ash is so good at. Just as long as you can maintain your distance, you can slow your opponent when they're trying to reach you, and so you can kite your opponents that way. But when it comes to poking, Corki is not really going to be that far behind, right? Because you, especially at level 5, once you have access to those missile barrages, then yeah, you would have an easier time to go for pokes. Phosphorus bombs would always be there, and the Gatling gun, although it's not going to reach the Ash, it can also be used to clear the waves fast. So I really think it's going to be Corki favored.
Yeah, Corki would just have an easiest time here in this game. I really do have what I can see here for FPX, and for FPX, the only angle that I can see for them is that A13 goes non-committal on this fight and just go for pokes.
Yeah.
Look at him. He wants to cheese this game, having the ghost and the exhaust with him.
Yeah. Even went for the Kraken Slayer. Meanwhile, Soil kind of wants to be on the sustaining end, going for the Conqueror with the exhaust and the barrier as well. So both defensive. But it really depends. I mean, okay, the goal is for the goal for both these gentlemen is to get that 2-0 record or a tower breakdown. I think one of the things that would be more interesting in this 1v1 scenario where we are seeing a Corgi is if the package will ever be delivered. Because I know that there is a package ready to be picked up in Howling Abyss, but in a 1v1 scenario, is it activated? Is it allowed? Because that's also a big wildcard.
Yeah, honestly, if ever he has this package on that fight, that would be an easy win. That's an easy engage for the Corki, and Ash doesn't have any capabilities of running away, especially that A13 went for the ghost rather than the flash, so that could be an easy win. And look at the pokes coming from Soil. This is the reason why it's not easy to win as an Ash in a 1v1.
Yeah, and now close to level 3. Soil wanted to cheese that, right? Like, go for that level 3 advantage, go for an all-in with the Valkyrie as well. It could have been a kill threat potential for Soil. Soil is lacking in mana, though. That's one thing that is kind of obvious, especially if you're a Corki. You tend to use a lot of mana. And also, if you look at the items that is being bought here by Soil, he wants to go for the Trinity Force, so that's also another spike. That Sheen proc. We all know that's what we love as a Corki, as a caster, right? Every single time that you cast a skill, empowered auto attack comes your way.
Yeah, and that could also be used by A13 here if ever he backs away. If ever he's gonna be going for this type of playstyle, he's just gonna be using the volleys. That could be honestly effective if he goes for the Triforce. There was a time in League PC where Trinity Force Ash was the way to go.
Well, with the BF sword already bought, there's no way for you to go for a Trinity Force now, huh?
Yeah, he's that here for sure. He has the ghost. He's gonna be running away. Doesn't have. Wait, he survives. No missile barrages.
Yeah, the thing here is, again, by level 5 though, it will be a different story altogether, because then he would have access to more damage. One ultimate equals to one chain proc, one phosphorus bomb is equal to one chain proc, and I'm like, this Ash won't be able to survive it.
Wait, did he go for Storm Razor?
Possibly,
I think he went for Storm Razor because I saw that proc from the Storm Razor. Yeah. Okay, on a 1v1.
I mean, the thing here is you kind of want to maximize your kiting ability, right? And Storm Razor has that initial slow on your charge attack. So that could be his rationale in investing and going for this Storm Razor. And also, it's kind of one of the...
Oh! He lost his...
Baited!
He got baited.
He just baited it out. Yeah. I think that's a good 40 seconds cooldown. Level 1 SS, or level 1 ult from the Ash. Yeah, now I think he's dead.
Yeah, even with having that, he's just gonna be dying there because he doesn't have the ultimate too. So yeah, that was an easy setup there for a Soul just because of one enchanted crystal arrow. Yeah. That was the game.
And if you look at the summoner spell, Soil did not even use his barrier. So that's how far ahead he is in this 1v1 matchup. I mean, even A13 knows, right? Like, how do you win against this? Yeah. I really think that even if it's the 5v5 scenario, be it mid lane or be it bot lane, Corki should always be favored. Unless there's a gank coming through. And you know, when I asked about the package Well, guess what? It is available here in the duo.
Here comes the
So-
package. No way to get out for the Ash.
Yeah,
So,
no flash.
Soul could just go in right now after he moves a bit more far forward for 813.
Yeah.
This is gonna be an easy win for Soil. Now he goes in. The damage is gonna be there, and he's dead for sure.
He's dead. Yep. Easiest 1v1 win I've seen so far. Just because of the matchup disadvantage that we have. It's kind of, at least now with the 1v1, it's also so exciting to see, right? Because one, it also kind of gives us time to unlock or to analyze the potential of each champion, especially in the 1v1 scenario, because it's pretty much translatable, right? If we say that this is Quirky favored, you can say that even in the Wild Rift or in the normal 5v5, it will still be favored to the Quirky when it comes to the 1v1. So, yeah, a good way to also cleanse our palates is this 1v1.
Yeah, especially after that really intense last game. This is a good this is a good palate cleanser, especially for us here in the caster's desk. I do hope that everybody is still up there waiting for this game to happen. And FPX versus TTG, this is probably the closest game that we have today.
That we have for today.
Yeah, because
don't you consider this prior series a close game or close series?
I mean, it is a close game, but until it wasn't anymore.
It was close until it wasn't, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's similar to the quote that used to be so famous. They were winning until they weren't. And I'm like, huh? Okay. Yeah.
Oh man.
I still think that the prior series was close enough to a point that NGX, they were able to still force it for game number 1. They were able to force an Elder Dragon contest. That's often an indication that the other team isn't really lagging behind. And come second game, even though there were objectives to the side of WHG, NGX was still able to break down the inhibitor tower. So I think it was indeed a close game. For this game though, I understand your rationale and you saying that this is going to be a closer one, just because looking at their standing, they're not too far from each other, and when it comes to their playstyle, I would also say that, you know what, yeah, because one wants to play around Fado, meanwhile the other one wants to play Z. But our key matchup for this 1v1 special, or for this 5v5 special, is going to be Z against Sky.
Yeah, how would Sky pair up? That's what I want to know, because Sky has been not lagging behind. That's one of the best things that I love about Sky, because he's not lagging behind even in the best mid laners that we have in the game, because he knows how to play around it. Maybe it's also because of his experience. He knows how to play whenever he knows that when it comes to the mechanics he's not gonna win. He knows how to play around it, and that's when you pick those types of champions. For example, something like a Jace that we've seen him play during the last time.
We'll see. Jace has been like his favorite champion. Almost every time I see Sky play, he's always on the Jace duty. But we have to remember that FPX is willing to really play around their draft to a point that they're willing to give Vado his corgi, a corgi in the parent lane. So we have to remind our viewers that that's one of the cards that FPX has in their sleeve. They're willing to play a marksman in the Baron lane, which is oftentimes, one thing that the Baron laners hate most are marksmen in the Baron lane, specifically the Vayne, right?
That's one of the champions that I don't really expect to get played here for FPX. Then they played it and I was like, what just happened? And they were able to play it really well. It was also because it was against a Renekton and they have a Senna together with them. That lane was destroyed, even on the best player that OMG has to offer. Now with FPX having the Akali available, I love that the difference here is that the Akali is now a priority pick for all of his teams.
At one point, Akali was like hovering at around 30% win rate, and then all of a sudden, teams have figured out a way to make use of Akali's dominance. And it's also a good deny pick against Z, because we all know that Z
for sure.
is the true carry for Thunder Talk, which means that he will be most likely picking Akali for himself come second rotation. By denying it, Thunder Talk would be forced to use something else. Maybe the Gwen, maybe something else like the Zed. Yone was also banned away, which is also a Z champion. And again, the last time that we saw Z, he played Zeri. Right? So
yeah,
we'll see.
It's also a time to play the Zeri, because if they have the Senna, if they can play effectively with this, now they've denied the Fiora and they want Shin to hold on this. And Shin is not a slacker. He's also a good Baron laner.
Or even flex it towards X-Buy, right? Like, you still have a very big flexible draft here for Thunder Talk. By drafting the Fiora, you're not giving away anything. In fact, they haven't given away something that Fado really wants to play, and that's actually, to me, is already a good one. FPX going for the Varus, something that we missed during series number 1. We did say that Varus is one of those champions that is so instrumental, and how should I say this? Flavor of the month of May for WRLA.
Honestly, Varus is one of my most hated picks during the first month of WRLA, because people didn't really know how to use the Varus effectively. But now that they got the formula, it is so strong. Especially this month, most of the Varus plays have been really so good that everybody can't even win it. Now FPX, it's a good thing that they banned the Gwen, because they know that this can be used in the mid lane too by Z.
Yeah. Zed is also a potential candidate of a ban from FPX. But how does Thunder Talk carry on with this drafting phase, right? Oh, they were the ones who banned Zed. Okay. This could be a marksman duo, though. Because if you ban away the Zed, if you ban away the assassins, and given the fact that there's already one assassin on the side of FPX, Thunder Talk may be posturing to draft Lucian in the mid lane, Zeri in the mid lane. Something that can really boost their offensive power.
Even a Corki is not bad in the mid lane, even against an Akali. It's really okay because it's a safe lane anyway. It can neutralize the Akali's dominance, but it's really hard to really draft this because there's a possibility of a Kha'Zix too for FPX. So it's still going to be hard. With only a Gallia on your side, you need another CC source to stop those dives from happening. And perfect ban.
Yeah, that was what I was also what I was about to say, right? You ban the Zen, there's no reason for you not to ban the Kha'Zix if you want to take care of your marksman duo. And with how Thunder Talk really drafted this, it's easy to say that it's going to be a marksman. Yeah, it's a marksman mid.
I really want to know what they can do here, because also this Riven pick is also good for them. They're gonna go for the marksman mid. It's still really okay. I was expecting a Wukong to also be drafted from Thunder Talk, but I think a Renekton is also a good one, so that this double marksman that they have could have a chance for a lockdown.
Right.
That is nice.
Yeah, because when it comes to damage, they already have it from the Senna, they already have it from the Fiora. What they're lacking is... Never mind. Okay, so this Xin Zhao though...
Z Fiora? Is that it?
Yeah. I think it is, because unless they are willing to flex the Renekton over on towards Z, but this is definitely a curveball coming from Thunder Talk. The main reason why we were saying that this could be a marksman draft overall, because the last time the Thunder Talk played, they played the Zeri, right? So and all their bans, they ban away the Zed, they ban away the Kha'Zix, and you would automatically think, hey, you know what, this is going to be a marksman mid. But I just remembered that one good way to counter a double marksman meta or double marksman draft is by going for the Xin Zhao. And because Xin Zhao is still open, I think that was the reasoning behind this last minute flex from Thunder Talk in going for the Fiora mid lane.
Fiora mid lane against an Akali is not bad, but most of the time is favored by the Akali, and Sky would be really happy on this matchup in the mid lane if ever it comes down to it. I'm really surprised that I haven't seen a lot of Garen during this just games for today, because people have been picking up the Garen last week a lot more, just because of the fact that Garen is just such a stable pick. But in this drafts, it's very much not needed. But again, FPX versus Thunder Talk Gaming. Really love to see a lot of defense of Thunder Talk Gaming still is on that support for this team. But against FPX, what can they do?
Literally something out of nothing. I'm trying to think of a word, right? Like, I just want this to be an exciting one. Although right now you're seeing Fado on the Jax. If he was able to carry on the Fiora, maybe this is the time that we will be seeing a carry Jax. No, I'm just joking. Jax is still one of the weaker champions that we have in the current meta. Just because by looking at the win rate, it's around 30%. And it is often used as a defensive champion rather than an offensive one.
Yeah, and that's something that I honestly didn't expect as much. Right now, Soil is in trouble. Gonna get a lot of the arrows on his head. Doesn't have a lot of damage shield, but a hail of arrows was able to get more. And he needs to run away, get some honey fruits.
It's not often that we see a Galio plus a Senna losing a level 1 skirmish, right? But apparently, the Varus can do it with... Yeah, it's kind of surprising because oftentimes if I play the Varus, my power spike is not level 1. That's for sure.
Right? It's level 2, probably.
It's level 2, maybe even level 3 because you need all those skills to be available. But turns out that it's not the case. We look at the stats that is being shown right now, the 50 first blood rate. If ever they secure first blood, FPX gets a 50% win, which is not really telling of what's happening. I guess the best stat that we have seen in that graphic that was shown was 15 first bloods was secured by Thunder Talk. Meanwhile, FPX only had 10. So that's a good indicative measure as to how this early game would pan out.
Yeah, and I do hope to see this this Senna effective on the top lane. I mean, it's a winning lane in the next in the Senna against a Jax. That is just going to be a hard time for the Jax overall. And I really do hope that the Xin Zhao is going to be very strong in this game because one of the strengths of this Xin Zhao, especially on this matchup at least, it's just going to cancel out A13's damage against him if ever the Chain of Corruption hits him. So he would really be the one who's going to be diving that back line for sure.
Wait, what a cheese though.
Easy
They're able to get tower plates for Z.
Grand challenge.
No way.
Ooh, that's a really smart way to go about it. Not even getting the 2 plates, but it's still good. Getting 1 plate on a Fiora is really important. But this mid lane has so far been dominated by Z. And Sky hasn't found any answers just yet.
Yeah, and I think one of those plays where you would say, hi, is that worth it? Just by doing that particular play, he was able to deny some minions as well from the Akali, right? He was pushed back way behind the tower. And if you are Z, you gift him, what, a couple of 100 gold advantage, he will make use of it effectively to a point that he can snowball the game into his favor, right? And that was that play alone. Unorthodox, I would say, but definitely effective.
Flash happens. A13 needs to flash away himself. Doesn't have the Chain of Corruption, but now he has one. Doesn't have the range in order for the tower to hit SMY, but they're going to be running away.
2 flashes for 1. A13 to be all smiles and surviving that all-in engage from Thunder Talk. And if you're FPX, you have the information that both those 2 gentlemen doesn't have access to the flash come the 5-minute fight. So you can be aggressive, especially against the Xin Zhao. The Xin Zhao isn't really a champion, a very mobile champion, right? That's what I wanted to say. So if you all in on a Xin Zhao that would almost always go into first item by a damage item, chances are you will be able to secure that first blood.
Honestly, in the early game, I'm always scared of a Xin Zhao because people always underestimate the power of a Xin Zhao in the early game, especially when they're playing a Kha'Zix or Lee Sin. But most of the time, the Xin Zhao wins those fights. That is when the Xin Zhao wins almost all the time. But again, as long as he doesn't have any mobility, jumping on him on the first objective is the only way to shut them down.
Yep, 1v1.
Yeah, it's a good thing that SMY didn't commit to that. Sky could have died there.
Shin and Soil on the top side still enjoying their little advantage when it comes to their range. But it's not often that we see the Galio being transitioned onto the mid lane, right? Like,
this early.
A Galio versus the Akali, and again, this is one of the times in where we will be able to see it because the Senna got picked, right? This is one of the things, or one of what I would call the cheat code of Senna. It allows your support to really farm, and we all know that Galio does have a decent amount of wave clear. Add to the fact that he will be able to, invest onto Rod of Ages. That just means that he will have enough damage in the early game. Now we look into a possible trade here, Dash, and I don't know if I agree to this.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm not sure too, because going for Dragon first on their side, what they want to do, bot side though, SkyFL still has a berry on his side. Z was able to flash away perfectly. That really neglects their power.
He had no vision. Like, that dude.
He expected
Was it a preemptive flash, or was it just because of his godly reaction skills? Maybe a little bit of both, but Z really surviving that was a huge thing for Thunder Talk. Now Thunder Talk even gets a tower in the mid lane. What a win.
A13 wasn't able to defend it as much. Was a bit too late because of that advantage from Z a while ago. Now they don't have a tower advantage on the side of FPX. This is going to be really hard for them, and Thunder Talk are just basking in the glory of getting this early game advantage.
Yep. Shin even has a level of advantage against Fado, and that's what you want, that's what you need, right?
Yeah, Counter-Strike was able to get the body slam dominance to get some HP. That's a lot of damage coming in from Shin. He almost died, but he survives with a sliver of health. And Soul is going to chase down Fado. He's going to try to go for something. Okay, I thought he's going to go for Piercing Darkness. That could have killed Fado there.
They needed every single bit of HP of Shin to survive that, right? He literally was 1 HP after that exchange. Now Thunder Talk, even with that all-in on the top side, they had a favorable trade. Thunder Talk really is winning the early game, right? I mean, you look at the gold, 2k already. I think one thing that really worries me is that this Shen Zhao isn't really going to neglect that much, right? He's going to always be a good counter to the Varus, but wait.
General Corruption. SMY runs away. Justice Punch perfectly timed. That's why he was able to get away.
Yeah, I was just wanting to... never mind.
Yeah. SkyFL still is going to be fighting. It's a good thing he had this wild shot. But yeah, back to your point, Otlux.
Right. What I was just trying to say is that FPX have 4 melee members, and Shen Zhao doesn't really counter melee champions, right? Because the Crescent Sweep isn't going to really do much if they are in your face. So that's what really scares me in the draft of Thunder Talk. But outside of that, so far, especially with their execution, it has been so supreme, so clean.
Yeah. What my take on that is, before this fight happens, because this fight is going to happen for sure, they're not... Okay, it's a good thing. What my take on that is that what I like about the Shin Zhao in a 4 melee champion lineup, before that, X-By is going to go here with the Hero Entrance. He's going to flash in. He was able to knock up one. That's going to be the first one to the side of Thunder Talk. But back to my point, what I was about to say, what I like about the Crescent Guard and 4 melee champion composition is that he could push away everybody. That's the only good thing about it, because he can use that. And again, in the top lane, there's another engage, and Shin could be jumping. There's a stun coming out. There's a lot of damage. There's a lot of turret coming into Chow. There's a body slam at the ready, and FPX is going to take that kill.
Yeah, imagine if the Hero's Entrance or even the Dawning Shadow being available, he could even win that 2v1 scenario. And I guess the bigger prize in that particular fight was that the tower is still standing strong. Anyway, going back to your point, yeah, pushing away from the Crescent Guard. What else?
Yeah, that's only it, honestly. But again, honestly, disassembling everybody, I think is good. But on this side, yeah, Shin is just dead.
Right. And again, yeah, I get that, right? The pushback from the ult of Shen Zhao is going to be very vital in all this for, all this mini matchup. But you have to remember that when it comes to gap closing, all the 4 champions that the FPX has,
just dash in again.
Immediately dash back in again, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. That's the thing.
True.
So yeah, a small thing to really be concerned about when it comes to the draft of Thunder Talk. And also, it's kind of counterintuitive because you kind of want them to be able to clump themselves up, especially with the Hero's Entrance available. So you kind of don't want to push them away. But yeah, similar with the Galio plus Gragas combination, right? You want them clumped up, but with one explosive gas, they get pushed back.
Yeah. Now that Rift Herald to the side of Thunder Talk, so far, Thunder Talk has been keeping FPX at bay. And I was not expecting this to happen, honestly, because with the lineup that they have on the side of FPX, yes, they're going to be losing the early game, and Thunder Talk has just been using that in their favor, but they're losing a lot of towers without any trades, and this is not what I expect from FPX.
Yeah, it's not just the towers, right? Every single time that we look at, the tower counts, we also have to remember as to what time did they break the tower, because that also means that there's a lot of gold at stake. The tower plates give you a good injection of gold, and you look at this at the scoreline right now. It's 1-1 when it comes to the kills, but the gold lead is already 4K.
Yeah, they can't even go close, and now they're taking the dragon for free while this fight is happening in the mid lane. That's 2 objectives on their hands, and so far, no answers from FPX. They haven't been committal to anything. That could be a problem later on, because right now, 5 people are at here, and they're still not going for anything.
Yeah, I think it's because of XBuy, right? Like, XBuy's presence is just over the top right now.
Yeah, it's really hard to fight. Shin Zhao has Black Cleaver, Divine Thunder, and now he's just gonna be building a lot of tankiness after this.
Yes, and he's also level 11, which is 1 level ahead of everyone during that interaction. Except now QF16 was able to level up. Still though, right? Like, man, XBuy, his presence alone was the reason why FPX is getting a little bit scared.
Wait. Explosive Gas wasn't able to hit, but it is still effective that Chao was able to run away here. And now with the FPX, what they can do right now is they're still playing the waiting game, but I don't agree with this. I don't agree with what they're doing.
Yeah. They're so late. I mean, if there was a point in where they needed to challenge, it was during the objective. And now because there's really nothing to fight for, then yeah, sure, you go back to your waiting game. I think if anything, like A13 isn't feeling so safe right now, just because of the amount of damage that can instantly burst him down. The amount of gap close that is available to Thunder Talk is just too severe as well. That A13, especially with no flash available, isn't going to feel safe at all.
Yeah. Looking at the gold charts a while ago, 3 people on the top. The side of Thunder Talk.
Yeah.
Not even close for the side of FPX. Now, hold's gonna happen. They're still not gonna go through. Flashes from Soyeon Z. They can still go in. A lot of the members that are already here. Remember, they have the hero sentence to work with. Now, So's going to be the target. They're going to come in. But a lot of damage coming in from Z. They're still going to follow through with another Justice Punch. And that's going to be it. They still want to go to the back line. Chao, low on HP. He's going to run away. But XBuy is in front of him. The flash happens. Another Sun comes in to the side of Thunder Talk. But look at the back line. On the other hand, FPX might be able to do something here. But it's still not enough. Fadu explodes through the hands of Thunder Talk. XBuy is just too strong. Goes in with the audacious charge, and he's gonna take down Sky.
Are they in the position to take down this Baron? This is a 13-minute Baron. We all know that it melts so fast. Double AD, make that triple AD. This Baron is for the taking of Thunder Talk. If they will be able to juggle the damage of Baron Nashor, then this should be a clear one for them. Although A13 is here and wants to challenge this.
Yeah, he has the Chain of Corruption to use. Maybe be able to do some damage against their members. It's a good thing he has the Crescent Guard. Stop the Baron! The damage from that piercing arrow was enough, and now they can take Baron? They can take Baron. XBuy's half HP.
Thank you.
There could be a trade. That is going to be a good leash. XBuy goes in. He does have a lot of damage, but I think this is a botch play from FPX. Now QF16 is falling down. Z on the back line. Heralding the member. Z is going to fall, but it still could have been a good commit to the Baron for FPX.
High risk, high reward is what we call it, and the risk was definitely greater than the reward. Thunder Talk now with 2 people alive. They need to defend this mid lane tower, and FPX with 2 cannon minions. This is already good as destroyed. Good thing for FPX is that was definitely a good play for them.
Yeah, and that's why now low HP gonna run away from the members of FPX, but they can't really run away because that is such damage from FPX.
Wait, if you're Thunder Talk, won't you feel the tilt after that, right? Like, that play alone might have saved FPX in this game.
That's true.
Right? Like, this Chains of Corruption, we all know that, you know, right. Okay, that was only possible because the Chains of Corruption also gives out blighted stats. as well, which increases the damage of your piercing arrows, especially with S2 being activated. And this team fight, with all the teleports being bought by FPX, it was so cool to see them back in action and back from the grave immediately with just one play. Thunder Talk, of course, still is in the lead, but I guarantee you they want to take it back.
FPX still runs away. The presence of XBY is still really hard to actually play against. Goes for the Mortal Reminder. Oh my. This is a scary Shinzao. I think this Shinzao is gonna pop later on if ever they make a mistake on engaging. Because the damage from FPX, especially for the melee champions that they have, is not to be trifled.
Guy has been the MVP in the previous fight.
Yeah, he's gonna go in. XBY is gonna be his target. Hero's Entrance has been used already, but he's gonna die really fast. The Ruthless Predator for Shin was able to lock him down. And now that is gonna be enough. A call for help. And now FPX, what can they do here? They don't have any more CCs to work with. They do have the Freezing Arrow, but remember, Z is on the backside. A13 could easily be breached. And now without any more damage on their side, that's just gonna go in with the Shield of the Rod. That was a perfect timing with the Dawning Shadow. So much damage coming in from their side. FPX are running away, but the race after from the members of Thunder Talk are just here, and Chow is gonna explode. Even with the help of his wine, it's not gonna be enough.
What a play. Thunder Talk saw it even before it happened, and now they're marching down the mid lane.
Not even really close. Thunder Talk just commanded that game from left and right, and got the center, and that's the 1-0 on the side of Thunder Talk.
That's a quadra kill, by the way, for the legendary mid laner from Thunder Talk. Z saw the window, saw the opportunity. SMY made it happen. And 4 kills to none in the favor of Thunder Talk was what they needed to cement that game 1 win.
I'm really surprised during that game, though. FPX has been, what do you call this? A bit conservative during that game. They aren't committing to anything. I was surprised that they didn't do anything during that game, because most of the time, Thunder Talk is the only team who has been starting things. And when they started things on the side of FPX, it was a bit too late because they got so much advantage already.
I mean, the only play that they were able to do effectively was a low-hanging fruit, in where, you know, the Thunder Talk members was already trying to secure the Baron at 13 minutes, and A13 really sensed that right away. But yeah, we cannot really dissect the draft if the play of FPX is to play it passively, right? There were aggressive plays here and there, but it was thwarted off by Thunder Talk. Still though, if you're A13, you have to bring out the guns. Yeah, you have to bring out the fire, especially in those objective team fights. You cannot just let Thunder Talk get away with almost everything. And you look at what? Okay, all right, that's fine. I was surprised by a bit because, one, you don't expect the Senna to have the most damage in the game.
For sure, yeah.
And I think that the main reason why this happened was because it was an extended laning phase, and against 2 melee members of FPX, he was able to just poke and poke and poke and poke. And then you have Z, you know, the main attraction of Thunder Talk. He's still going to be a threat, and he inflicts the fear over to the FPX side. But if you're going to ask me who really was the MVP in that game, I have to give it to XBY.
Yeah, XBY really played that so well. And also, it's also because, I don't know, FPX hasn't been going for any fights. KF16 wasn't able to get any kills on that game. He was 0-3-4. And it was also because he wasn't starting any. And that is the reason why it is really hard to make a play around a very aggressive team and nobody wants to engage. And that could have been the Gragas' tool on their side, to the side of FPX. That could have been started by the members of FPX right there. That was a bit too late. But Thunder Talk goes in a bit more confident here.
Indeed. Like the draft itself isn't bad. Like they have the tools to make it work. Sky, I remember one clash in where he was under the shroud and was able to assassinate the members of Thunder Talk, the backside. But the thing here is XBY was just so ahead But whenever he goes for the audacious charge, it's always going to be a death sentence towards the champions of FPX. And again, even if we look at the ones and zeros of the champions and say that, you know what, Xin Zhao is often gets picked against the ranged champion. If you play that way, if you play it as a pseudo assassin that can really ravage down all the squishy members of the opposing team, then for sure it is going to be advantageous to you and to your team, not just throughout that game, but also mentally.
What I only like about that, though, is that when he built full AD, even going for the Mortal Reminder, that is when you can say, after he pushes the Crescent Guard button, half HP for sure. That's a lot of damage already on that side. And yeah, X-Buy really deserves this, because he was the reason why it was hard for QF16 to even challenge him. Because what would a Rhythm do when the Xin Zhao is in front of you?
Out jungled, literally.
Yeah, for sure.
There was that one pick that I think really inflicted the mental advantage against FPX, and that was the pick against A13. A13 was slowly walking down the park of the blue quadrant of FPX, then immediately or suddenly a Xin Zhao appears from the bush. Jump scare moment.
Yeah, it's a really hard thing to do, especially when you have a Varus in your team. Anybody on the Dragon Lane side of the game, it's really hard to play around with when you're playing against the Xin Zhao, because that Xin Zhao is just gonna tank all your damage every time. And that's why, you know, Xin Zhao has been not a priority pick, but is a good pick here in the competitive scene. Again, everybody, before we head into Game 2, we're just gonna be taking a short break. We have been your casters. My name is Dash, and I was here with Autolu. See you guys in just a bit.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL-CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is
FPX needs to come back from this series, and Thunder Talk Gaming gets that first game and a really good performance at that. Maybe even on the fact that FPX didn't pull any triggers during that last game. But again, we're still waiting for that comeback potential from them, because this isn't the FPX that I'm expecting today.
Yeah. We need some proactiveness. We need some, I don't know, action from FPX, because that definitely was far from what we expected from FPX, and a lot of it has something to do with Chao, right? Chao's Bragas was often targeted by Thunder Talk, and it wasn't effective at all, right? Like all throughout that game, I felt Chao's Bragas wasn't on the good side of the bet when he woke up. So we'll see if there will be any changes whatsoever come game number 2, because one easier way to have an immediate impact is by picking the Nautilus, right? Like you pick the Nautilus and basically everything seems to be easier and slower, because it's just a lot easier to execute.
Yeah, they banned a lot of picks of FPX, and even banning the Senate together with it on the side of Thunder Talk Gaming. This has been very... Honestly, these picks are all respect bans that we've seen from FPX. Is the Camille going to be banned, or are they going to be picking the Shen here to the side of FPX?
You have to ban the Camille. Like,
oh, Camille's open.
Wait, if you don't first pick Camille, what do you do if you're FPX? That Camille is still one of the strongest Wild Rift Esports champion that we have, because of its flexibility. Can be played in the middle lane, can be played in the Baron lane, even can be played in the jungle. Is always going to be a split push threat. And you look at the stats, you see a win rate of 69%. Nice.
Yeah, that's true. An 89% ban rate too for that Camille. That's a lot to take in. And now Thunder Talk Gaming going for... Okay, this is good for them. If they pick the Galio here, that's a good denial, but they want Z to be the deliverer of the Shen.
Always the ninja duo that really scares a whole lot of almost everyone, right? I think it's more effective to have the Akali to deliver the Shen in comparison to a possible Z play, and I think also one thing that you want to have as Z is your team to play around you, because we saw it from game number 1, right? Like with just one play, it kind of reveals the tendencies of Thunder Talk, with the grand challenge being popped in the middle of 2 towers. That just means to say that Thunder Talk is just so trusting of the plays that Z can pull off.
Yeah, and Z isn't even afraid whenever he tries to go for the dive. He knows the limits of the Fiora a while ago. And that's such a great statement here from Thunder Talk Gaming, and I hope that FPX hasn't been taken away from what they can do as a team, because they would be able to actually do the same thing if ever they have that confidence.
Yeah, and remember when the last time that we saw a Camille, Ziggs, and Galio, one way to at least survive that potential engage is by going for the ultra defensive Baron laner and going for the Jax. So Thunder Talk was also able to lock it for themselves. So we did say, yeah, Jax's win rate has been questionable at best, like hovering around 30%, which isn't really good, right? But in this particular scenario, in where your opponent is unlocked of the trifecta that really is easy to execute, Jax makes a lot of sense.
Yep. You don't really want to give a lot of kills for the side of Thunder Talk Gaming. Because FPX, sorry. Because FPX can easily dive you out. And a Jax can survive those types of dives pretty easily, and that's what you want to do. Now, FPX, I thought that Thunder Talk, I was expecting them to get the Varus to their side. It's a good thing that FPX was able to ban that out, because there's a lot of shielding coming in from FPX too.
Yeah, what would be your Serpent's Fang user if you're Thunder Talk? Because that's also one of the things that really haunted the draft of NGX come game number 2, right? Like,
Kha'Zix, no Zed.
I mean, what else? Like, maybe you go for something unorthodox. Yeah, for example, that Ashe to be the holder of the Serpent's Fang. But on the flip side, FPX also has that problem to solve.
Yep.
Right? Because Stand United is also giving you a lot of shields. Another thing to note is if it's ever going to be a Jax carry game, it is going to be unlocked by an offensive Shen, right? Like the Shen, Stand United's in, gives you the advantage of a 2v1 scenario. Especially against the Garen. Like, oftentimes we say, you know what, a Garen is a good matchup against the Jax, but not in this scenario because it is assured that this Jax will reach the late game with their composition.
This is gonna be a hard lane. Yeah, that's honestly okay for them to have Illusion on their side, just for them to have that Serpent's Fang possibility. Because even in this game, after they can pick the Illusion up, that's an ADC for Soil.
Yeah, but would you really invest a Serpent's Fang on towards Illusion? Is it like really a thing?
I mean, you don't even need to use Soil anyway. Might as well just give him the Serpent's Fang because he's gonna carry this game anyway.
Okay, all right, good thinking, but sure. But yeah, one is maybe in this game, you know, they play standard Wild Rift and dismember that, you know, a Serpent's Fang is still a thing, or is an item, because it does make sense. I mean, both sides would have troubles against the shields, and it's not like an auto win condition or an auto lose condition in where, you know, you don't build Serpent's Fang against all the shields. It means that you will lose every skirmish or every clash. We're just here to state the obvious that Serpent's Fang is like the best item right now because the shields in Wild Rift is at the best busted level.
Yeah, it's just a quality of life to have that. To have the Serpent's Fang every time for your team. And there's not a lot of champions that could really carry it and be really effective with it. That's why we always look for those certain champions that, for example, a Varus could do, a Zed and a Kha'Zix could do, because there's not a lot that could carry that. And I hope in the next patch we do have a lot more of that, or at least tone down a bit of the shielding, because it's really hard to get through those shields.
Tone down, even with the Immortal Shield Bow.
Yeah,
entering the fray. Tone down. Yeah, for sure.
It's gonna be real hard though. I mean, because of the Immortal Shield Bow, we're gonna be having more shields. At least if they have or make the Serpent's Fang a bit more accessible to everybody, that's gonna be way better.
That's a big win, by the way, by Thunder Talk. The trade was definitely favorable to their side, to a point that they're forced Chow to go back. This has been like the bigger problem by FPX, right? Chow hasn't been felt during game number 1.
Yeah, and again, on a harder champion to maneuver. But on this matchup, at least it's easy to work around with, because, you know, you just press a button while a Hextech ultimatum is there. So at least we could feel Chow's presence a lot more this game.
I like this matchup though. It's not often that we see Lucian in the Dragon lane. And against the Ziggs, I imagine that this is going to be a field day for Sol. I mean, you look at him, it is definitely a lane bully experience for the Ziggs.
This is why I want to see ADCs, right? Because this is one of the things that they can do. Especially, I don't know what I can
It's just
call
him
this
though.
It's just illusion. It's just illusion. Or maybe even a Jhin could do the same thing.
Yeah.
At least a Jhin could pass up. But it's not a traditional, it's not your traditional thing, because the only time that you can see a Jhin is if he builds armor penetration.
Oh my god!
Oh no, A13
This is so hard to watch. Like, the amount of minions that is being denied from A13.
No way he can't play. Honeyfruit can't
still
even be used, so it is not available. Soul doesn't have any more mana.
Stand United!
This is just Soul to the wounds right here, everybody. Stand
he's
United,
dead.
here comes in, the flash happens, and he's a dead A13. But here comes the revenge for the members right here of FPX. X-Bike could die
Not
here.
level 5
Not a lot of damage.
Not level 5.
Skyfl doesn't have the much injustice, so he survives, and A13 just suffers on the lane.
Oh my god, That has to be my favorite play of all. Picking Lucian and drafting it with the intention to win lane, win hard. And this is basically how you win the lane so hard. A13 lost a lot of experience in gold. And as you said, adding more injury is X-Buy stand united in and just basically invested his flash as well to secure that kill for Soil.
Oh my, it's not even easy for A13 to do anything about this.
Yep.
But what's the difference here is that what they can do, yeah, is just to swap A13 to the mid lane. This is an easier matchup for him because it's not going to be reached easily by Z, at least. So what he can do, just cut the slack off and just try to do what he can do best. Wave clear in the mid lane.
And that's also always going to be the case if you are the Ziggs, right? Like, you're never always going to be far behind. But this is also a problematic lane for Sky. A Garen versus Solution. Can we reward the MVP to Soil as early as now? Like, this guy is just so good at utilizing these advantages from this champion.
Yeah, Soul is just winning lane with this solution. Whoever you put in front of Soul, he's just going to be destroying that lane. And honestly, a good addition to the team here from what he's been performing lately.
Yeah, we've been saying that there were mid-season additions to this Chinese rosters. For FPX, it was QF16, their jungler. For Thunder Talk, it was Soil. And we have to say it, like, they needed that change. It was so beneficial for them. So yeah, good on the management of Thunder Talk in recognizing that they need another threat for this squad.
Yeah, and for now, from what we've seen, they are wanting to go for the top side fight, and Shin has been ignited. One more engagement on Shin, as long as the doesn't have the counter strike, could be a kill for FPX if ever to want to. But they're still back on that same thing, the same routine that they've been doing. They're still not committing. They don't want to take any risks.
And Shin was actually waiting for them to engage. The barrier is still available for himself, which means Stand United will also be a deterrent to whatever FPX is trying to make a playoff. So in that particular instance, I understand the hesitance, or the hesitation. Is the hesitance even a word? I don't know what I'm trying to say, but hesitation is what I'm trying to say here. Ladies and gents, forget what I said. Thunder Talk would be securing a Rift Herald here.
On the other side, we're seeing Thunder Talk going for the Dragon, stopping them from taking it. But looking at the back line, they already have been able to get it. Z is already in front of everybody with a hero sentence with X-Buy in front. A13 is gonna die. It was executed by Z. And now he survives for a bit. Now they want to go to the back line. They want to go for QF16. Wasn't able to hit the Shadow Dash. And X-Buy is just gonna be running around half HP on all the members of FPX.
Yeah, to a double objective win, and even gets a tower as a prize here in the bot lane. Full plates bot lane for Thunder Talk. You draft the Camille, you basically want the Camille to join you in all those team fights because of the Hextech ultimatum. Immediately, FPX just got bamboozled with the Shen pick.
Yeah, and what can you do when you're fighting against a Jax who has a threat of a Stand United? Even Fadu can't win that lane pretty easily. That's why he can't even engage with the Hextech ultimatum. But let's take a look at this replay.
Yep, the Mega Inferno Bomb again isn't going to be as impactful because one, he was immediately destroyed during the laning phase. Z also knows how to target correctly, was able to dish out a good amount of damage against the Ziggs. And A13, 0-2 and 0, the saddest Ziggs I've ever seen in WRLA.
Yeah, what's great about that, A13 at least, is the mid lane is still alive. The only copium that I can give for A13 is he has his mid lane still intact, which is what you need to do when you're a Ziggs.
But 4 plates, or 3 plates were awarded to the Jax, right? Like,
yeah,
he was left hitting that mid lane tower. And so he would definitely be so happy.
What
look
is
at the gold
gold?
Just because of the amount of plates that Thunder Talk was able to secure for themselves. Huge disparity gold-wise.
Yeah, now top side. They want to go for the engage, but here comes the Sand United. X-Buy is here to help. The damage coming in from Shin is here. And this is gonna be enough. Hero Sense is gonna be dead. X-Boy's gonna fall. Perfect timing for FPX. That's gonna be the turnaround that they're looking for. Xiao's gonna be dying here as a trade, which is a 1-for-1, but it's still a good try. Now what they can do, FPX, they can defend this tower because 4 members are here already. They go in. They're marching Justice to ignite just for them to get it. And FPX shows signs of life in this fight.
Finally, this is what we were waiting for. FPX to at least show what they are capable of doing, which is to get picks left and right. Fado at the forefront of everything, might even get the head of Soil, but Soil still very much alive here and still has a decent amount of HP. Z is here hunting, trying to get ahead of Fado, but Fado, sneaky placement, was able to recall away. Still, we look into that replay, and I would say this is more of like an overestimation of what damage that they can do, right? Like with Shin flashing in, and XY being at the back of it, you have to remember that there's still going to be that hero's entrance that can wall off your all in. It's not just you that does have the emergency button. The other team also does have that.
Yeah. The overestimation of the damage here from Thunder Talk is also because of the fact Jax has been the champion that people overestimate his damage at this state of the game. And until now, it needs to be a lesson. Jax in this game, in this meta, doesn't do as much damage as you expect him to do.
Yeah. With a lot of nerfs that has visited this champion, you cannot expect him to be that big monster to pop off, especially at this point in the game. So you just have to play it wisely and play it as defensively as possible, because time will come. You know, the Jax's scaling will definitely be there, especially come 15-minute mark or 16-minute mark, and where he will have access to 3 items. Remember, he was even gifted some tower plays as well, so he's definitely ahead of his online curve. So if you're Thunder Talk, you have to learn the lesson soon and fast in order for them to really shut down the door in this game too.
Yeah, and now Thunder Talk, what they can do is try to go for an engage. Right now, they even have XBY in front of them. I think XBY needs to run away here. He needs to do something else. But now they're already starting going for the back line. And they already have it. One is down, and FPX shows signs of life in this fight. They're going in for Soil, but they don't have the right combo. They're still alive. FPX does have a lot to work with. They have the stand united. They're going to go in. They still have the Shadow Dash, but they got a taunt for themselves, but they still stop. Z too aggressive. Here comes the members of FPX in front of him. That's going to be the Nimbus Strike, but XBY was still able to get the taunt in the end. And they are scrappy of this fight on both sides.
No reason for Z to come back in, right? Like, that's already a 1-team fight. FPX was
No way. SkyFL saw it? Okay. That's a kill for me.
He was under Division, exactly. And Division Award was MVP. That's also our key matchup, mid lane. Sky basically is a different breed of a mid laner. He will outsmart you. He will pick his spots. In that particular instance, Z went overboard and Sky was there to punish.
Remember, both objectives are still up. Nobody has taken anything just yet. They just got some kills. 4K gold lead on the side of Thunder Talk still, even in thought of that fight that we had a while ago. Now Ray wants to go for Chow. He doesn't have any ultimates. He's running away, but this chicken is still so tanky. And now Thunder Talk, what do they want to do? They want to start. QF16 can still decoy in. They have vision. This is going to be a hard fight, but 1-7 is still possible to go for the steal. And QF16 takes the team alive, has the perfect execution. He dies, but it's okay. At least they got the dragon.
True, but if you are Thunder Talk, you can set your sights over to the Rift Herald that is waiting on the other side of the map. Thunder Talk may even try to push this mid lane. The Ziggs is here to defend though.
Yeah, I think he's not going to be able to defend this. Shield of the Ron is not going to help their cause because this chicken is going to be for dinner, but he's still alive. He's now on the refrigerator. He can be cooked later on, but here comes the hero's entrance. The chicken's going to go in, and he's just going to take them for their side. The Predators have been taken over by the chicken, and FPX was able to survive.
Let me guess you're closer. Winner, chicken dinner?
Yeah.
Like the dude.
I love
what's up with you and Fried Phoenix? No, I'm sorry. No, Fun Plus Phoenix. It is going to be.
They have a chicken.
It's going to be the Rift Herald going over to FPX, ladies and gents. And this Rift Herald means that FPX was able to secure 2 objectives at the 10-minute mark. Thunder Talk, if they if they continue whatever they're doing right now, which is to overplay their cards, chances are FPX would be able to still turn things around. One thing to note though is that I'm expecting a Soil pop-off moment.
Yeah.
Ever since he got the lead, but we still have to remember that he's a marksman, right? Like he still needs items, and like right now is that moment because now the Muramana is already evolved. He also has access to 2 other items. Yeah, that's the Blade of the Ruined King plus the Black Cleaver. So it is expected that this Birdio, the Galio chicken, would most likely melt if Soil is there to thwart him off.
Even with just one the culling, he could really take off a lot of dismembers. QF16 was down left alone in front of the tower. Hero's entrance is going to be there, but it's not going to be enough because the backline has been breached by Shin.
There you go,
and now they're going to go
Soil.
in. Chao is also going to fall. He pops the stasis, but on the other side of the map, we're seeing Z just popping up heads. He's taking down members, and now we only are left with 2, or rather 3, on the side of FPX, and now they can go for Baron.
Thunder Talk goes straight to the Baron, and at 13 minutes, it's just so easy to secure this, especially with the amount of damage that they have right now. Like, they still have a traditional marksman, a Z that is so ahead. Now Shin is here to be the defensive guard that they need.
Yeah, they have another ultimate coming out, but it's not going to be enough. Ado doesn't have any damage, and that's what you expect from the Camille. He's just going to be there for the Hextech ultimatum, but not for the kill. And now FPX is now losing. They're losing all their members. Chao is going to be running away, but what is he going to do? Because he's going to go back to the hands of Soil, and that's Thunder Talk for you with 2 kills.
Okay, so what do you call that chicken now? Now that it has been eaten for dinner? Nothing?
Chicken dinner.
Chicken dinner? Alright. Anyway, we look into the replay and see that SMY started it off so good. QF16 was placed out of position, forced to use the decoy, and immediately Saul's presence was felt. The backside of it, although, Z again is always a threat. This is what we were saying, right? Now Thunder Talk is like a 2-headed monster. Z can dish out the damage to the backline. Meanwhile, Soil will always be the threat against the frontline members of the opposing team. And so this is like the evolution. This is the reason why we are so high on Thunder Talk.
Yeah, Thunder Talk's just so good since this addition that they had, and so far, Soil this game is such a monster that everybody just looks at to. And that gives an opportunity for Z to pop up because they have someone else to look onto. And now with this, with the Baron buff on their side, they can just push all sides.
Yep. Now the mid lane tower is almost destroyed. There you go. Just fundamentals, a 1-3-1 split push, and Thunder Talk is just dissecting FPX.
Yeah, now they want to go for the top side. They don't have any minions anymore, but they want to go for Shin. They still don't have enough damage to actually take down this Jax, and where we expect they could take down under the explosive gas. Chao is left alone. How can he use the hero's entrance if he's here left alone into the bottom side of the map? But he was able to run away. 3 inhibitor turrets has been taken down by Thunder Talk, and now it's gonna be their last stand. But looking at Thunder Talk, they still want to get that last dragon.
Just playing it safe, right? Like, let's just go back and let's just savor this victory, because right now Thunder Talk is just so ahead. I mean, you look at the meter, it's almost reaching, you know, the 75 mark or 75% mark. I'm looking at the upper left hand side. Again, if you are a Z, you're just going to feel so confident now.
Yeah, they have Shield of their own. Won't be able to hit onto Z. Chao was a bit too far forward. Now with what we're seeing from Thunder Talk, they're setting this up for a fight. They want to go adult support. SMY is going to be their target. They still have their Essential to work with, but it's still not enough damage onto the backline. They already breached it, so it went in. And with the Stand United, he's going to go forward, confident enough to go in. That is not a good indication of your fight, because Thunder Talk, with the ADC in front, was able to take down everybody. And now the last one standing is going to be A13. What can he do? He was taken over by Soul during the early game. He won't do any damage, and he's still getting killed because of that explosive cast, and they gave it all to Soul in order for him to have that highlight reel.
No winner, chicken dinner, none of that? Okay, that's fine. Thunder Talk gets a 2-0 sweep, and there you go, ladies and gents. That's how you win with a marksman, and Lucian no less in the Dragon Lane. Like, my god, what a clinical way to dissect the draft of FPX. You leave the Ziggs alone, and we can handle it by just drafting the Lucian. What a play! What a refreshing sight to see.
Yeah, as much as I want to say the winner with a chicken dinner is really too far away. It's too far away for FPX to even do anything against Thundersock. Yeah, it's too far. So yeah, that's why I didn't want to say it. But still, again, everybody, it was such a hard game for FPX. Maybe there's a problem with them fighting against Thundertalk. That's why they have lost here. Because I didn't expect him to perform that way. I was expecting FPX to be a bit more confident fighting against Thundertalk Gaming. But with the sheer confidence that Thundertalk gained when they got Soil in this tournament, it started. Thundertalk is slowly going there. Now, not even a contender. I'm sure that they're gonna get to top 8 just because of this performance.
It's all about walking the talk, right? Like Thundertalk is just now trying to ravage through opponents one by one, and we look at their record after acquiring Soil and the Dragon Lane. You look at this stats or damage graphic, and it would show you the main reason why Thundertalk went with this guy, right? Like, he is able to handle his own against the best of the best. Out-damaging a Ziggs. Out-damaging a Ziggs on a Lucian is something that I unheard of, right? Like you won't see it every day. But
you don't see it ever. You don't see it ever because Ziggs is such an easy champion to get a lot of damage in, but Soil just did them dirty during that game. He was, even if he's mispositioned, because he had his team on his back, they're gonna help him out, and that confidence just sprung him through. Right now, I think it's not Z who was MVP this game. It's gonna be all Soil.
Yeah,
9-0-2.
Indeed, like you have to give it to him. But we look at this construct of Thundertalk, and now you have a very stable jungler that would be able to also threaten the opposing side. You have a superstar Z that is so stable. Now you also have that damage threat from your Dragon Lane. Maybe it is the time that we have to take Thundertalk seriously, because come next patch, we have to remember, come 4.2, Marksmen are just knocking by the door and is wanting to enter the fray. And if you have that luxury to go double Marksman with Z and Soil and pop off, dude, what a luxury.
2-week adjustment for the teams here once we get patch 4.2, but it is still gonna be good because with Thundertalk having a great ADC on their side, on the hands of Soil, on the hands of Z in the mid lane, who can basically play anything if you give him to, they're a great contender for the top 8. I mean, not even a contender. They're a for sure slot on that top 8 because of this condition that they have right now.
Indeed. This is a new and improved Thundertalk, and to see them dismantle FPX, it's not just a win, it's a statement, right, Ash? Like, we thought that this would be a close series and it would go the distance. We were expecting this could be a 3-game series, and we were just pacing ourselves and whatnot, and then immediately we were basically gifted a classic move from Thundertalk. And what was my favorite moment was the beatdown in the bot lane. You don't often see that. You pick the Lucian, you outlane a Ziggs, you force him to go back, and you basically dismantle the laning phase right from the get-go.
Confidence right there. Even if he didn't have vision during that time, he knew that he could take anybody on because he's playing a Lucian. He knew that he can take anybody on, especially the Ziggs in the bot lane, and that's where they made their first mistake, picking up the Ziggs against Soil. I never expected it, honestly. I never expected against Soil there in the bot lane. A13 had so much hard time. A13 was a really confident player right there on the side of FPX, and this could potentially hit that confidence because he lost to Soil.
And we were thinking, who's going to be the Serpent's Fang user? Well, you know what? You basically just crush them one by one, piece by piece, and there's really no need for the Serpent's Fang, especially with Z being able to access the backline, right? Very deserved MVP, 34% damage share in a team that features Z. You have to give it to him.
Yeah. getting an MVP when you have that a strong player on your side is really hard to do. And on the hands of Soil, what I like about this dynamic that they have right now is that Z has time to get highlight reels himself, because when people are looking at Soil, at least Z would pop off in the backline. It's just gonna be on the backline, on the shadows, doing his work. And on the other hand, if Z pops off, Soil could do his work also. And that's a good dynamic that they have here in this tournament.
One last thought before we throw over to the break. Soil looks good. He looks so handsome. He looks like an anime character, that was drawn to perfection.
Yeah. He's like, I love reading manhwas, right? He looks like your typical manhwa main character. And I think he exactly is the epitome of it. And he's gonna do it in the tournament. The MC actually rising up. I hope we see a lot more of this guy on this tournament. But again, everybody, we're gonna be heading to our break. Before we head into our last game, this is Dash, and I was here with Otalu. See you guys in just a bit.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, The stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Bear on Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The two teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO3 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send one player to compete. They will ban two champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select one champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the players' items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting teamfight and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN, and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory.
Last game of the day, or last series of the day, and we're gonna be your casters still. We're still the irregulars on the Sunday special. My name is Dash and I'm here with Autolus, and this is honestly the last match of the week. It is gonna be the last one. I hope it's gonna be fun. I hope we see a lot of differences from Team Flash, and even for OMG right now, there should be some redemptions during this game.
There will only be one outcome, and that is one team that we will have today be breaking a streak, right? Because or be breaking a slump. Because again, we have OMG, the 11th place team from Chinese conference, going against the last place team from APAC. Both of them wants to win so bad. And is it winnable for them and for their squad? Definitely. Even if you go with Team Flash, and even if you are a fan of Team Flash, you have to remember that, hey, you know what, they can still handle their own. And we have just heard that there is going to be a very big change right now. It's a big change because one, TanX, the original jungler, is now going to play in the Baron lane. Shin is a new addition to the team. Ellie, the Dragon laner from their golden days, is now back into the Dragon lane, and Hin will be the one playing support. So it's you know, what we call the royal shuffle, and I'm just feeling so positive with this movement by Team Flash.
It's an overhaul of everything that they've been playing recently, and if there is a time that they need to come back to this tournament, it's now. And this change could be their last stand, their last ace in the hole that could potentially be the the one that could turn them down or could turn them upwards in this tournament. But here, the squad of OMG is here to stop them from going on that mission.
Yeah, White Cat in the Baron lane is always going to be the star of OMG's lineup. However, Inyan has been so stable for them as well. Like, I still remember his Olaf play has been one of the reasons why OMG still was able to get 2 wins of all the losses that they got. And we look at the stats. One of the sad things is that if you are OMG, you look at the stats of the blue side win rate and red side win rate, oftentimes, or it's an automatic that if you win the fight for side, you go for blue side, right? But OMG, for some reason, in their last game, went for game 1 red side, even with the record that they have right now, right? So if you're Team Flash, if you're OMG, blue side is definitely going to be up for contention.
Yeah, honestly, here, from what we're seeing from the team stats, just based on stats alone, red side favored for Team Flash because of that 1 out of 8. It's
not counted. It's not counted, dude. Team Flash is a new team. I tell you right now, I'm going to hype up Team Flash just because of the APAC pride. And I tell you right now, it's very much doable.
It's going to be different here. As you said, it could be anybody's game right now. OMG has been in a slump. This new team that we have added to the tournament, which is the new and improved, or maybe the new and improved Team Flash. Would they be able to take on OMG and take down the ace that they have in their sleeves, which is White Cat on the Baron lane?
That's always going to be a problem, right? But if you are TanX, you often look at the champions that is available in the jungle. It's almost similar to the Baron lane champions that we have. We go back to Alora for the introduction of the players. We'll be back in a bit.
将由西贡 TF 对阵 OMG。目前为止 ，TF 在这个赛场上还没有获得过1次胜利。我们也期待今天他们可以带来更好的表现。而最近状态起伏不定的 OMG， 今天又会如何？让我们赛场分胜负。接下来，让我们欢迎 Saigon Team Flash Esports 以及 Oh My God。Hello everyone, welcome to the stage of 2023 Wild Rift League Asian 1. I'm Alora. The last match of the day will be TF versus OMG. So far, TF has not got a single victory on our stage. We're glad to see them play better today. And what kind of performance will be brought by OMG? Let's check it out. And now it's time to welcome Saigon Team Flash Esports and Oh My God.
Khi xem các bạn thi đấu thì chúng tôi muốn đứng đằng sau các bạn để xem các bạn di chuyển như thế nào. Có thể chúng tôi sẽ học được cái gì đó để có thể đánh bại các bạn.
那我们5分钟把你们打投降。
That's a weird way to look for where to voice out, right? Anyway, yeah, okay. So Team Flash again, lots of new faces, lots of new roles to come into play. And the biggest change for me has to be Shy, right? He's like one of the most stable Baron laners that we have here in Southeast Asia. And to see him benched for 10x, their jungler, is definitely going to be a big
接下来
adjustment.
让我们有请两支战队亮相，
Yeah.
欢迎单人路选手。In the solo
They
lane,
have a lot of time to
OMG,
prepare for
White Kite,
this.
TF,
Yeah.
Tanks.
I am looking forward to this game because this could be
下面有请
my
打野
match of the
选手
week
In the
because of a different
jungle,
team that we have,
OMG.
a new and improved Team Flash against OMG, who is right now
Insane.
having a hard. Wait
Wait!
a second.
This is Samurai!
Wait.
Okay.
Need to be careful. He might use his
In the mid
Bankai
lane,
later
OMG,
on.
SMK,
Wait,
TF,
what?
Bully.
Is that an indication that he will play the Yasuo or maybe
Hey,
even the Yone?
In the
Yeah.
接
jungle?
下来有请射手
Possibly.
In the duel
Possibly.
lane, OMG
Why not?
15, TF,
It
Energy.
is a good. That's true. That's the right question. Why not?
Yeah, why not? Because like if anything,
最后有请辅助选手 and support,
I just want
OMG
to
Monster,
Team
TF,
Flash to
King.
have a better performance, a better showing overall. The last time that we saw them was back in May 10, right? Which was Wednesday.
两支队伍现在已
And
经完毕，让我们即刻
In
进入
in
召
that
唤师峡
particular
谷。
in that
All the
particular
players are
day,
getting ready.
we already
Let's start
saw
onto the ball.
Ellie be moved to the Dragon Lane role, which is what I'm accustomed in seeing. It has always been Ellie in the Dragon Lane and then Empty as his support. So at least now they have they went back to what really worked wonders for them the last time out, that we have seen their dominance. But is it going to be enough? They're saying, no, it's not enough. We have to bring a totally new player into play, and that is Sin in the jungle.
I believe that Lee Sin will pick the Lee Sin this game.
Yeah, sure, like Sin.
Or even the Shinzao is gonna be picked.
Xin Zhao, okay. Yeah, stop it. Like this dude is just so having so much fun. But you know what? Okay, let me do a quick monologue of
Okay.
what I think Team Flash is doing right now. Team Flash is a proud org, right? They have been the faces of Southeast Asia Wild Rift Esports for a long time. They were the #1 team during WSC finals. They were the first team to beat a Chinese team during the Icons Global. So a lot of history going on for this organization. And just having that bravery, balls, whatever you want to call it, to change your roster, to do an overhaul midway into the season, just goes that they are not content in their performance, and that they are willing to go for broke to have that big turnaround. I just hope the same can be said for other teams that are currently struggling right now for APAC. But this, to me, is a very good sign.
If it's not working, you should be confident on changing the roster or changing some pieces in the chessboard, because it is really going to be helpful for them. Because if they stay with the same theme and it is not working, their synergy is not there right now on a 0-6, they need to do something, and this is the something that they have done. I do hope that it is the right decision, because they're losing time.
I can only hope as well, because if there is anyone that knows the capabilities of Team Flash, that will always be their support staff, their coaching staff, and of course their proud nation in Vietnam. This is going to be a Lucian mirror matchup as our 1v1. And again, if you are Team Flash, what you want to do is to put OMG on the red side, because their win rate on the blue side has been so favorable for them, 4 out of 8. Meanwhile, on the red side, they're 1 out of 10. Yeah, you would say that, hey, you know what, the Team Flash's win rate on the blue side is 0 out of 5. That's not counted. Why? Because there's like a new team right now that we're
Yeah.
talking about. That's just yeah, lots at stake in this fight for side.
Yep, they would really need to get any advantage that they could get, especially if they want to capture the hearts again of the SCA, like what they did to us last year. Team Flash was one of the most flaring teams that we had last year, and now they would have a chance to keep that back up, light the flare that we have in our hearts back then. Now, fight for a side, please. Please win this, Team Flash.
Please, please, please. As we always say, right? We can always do this, right? Like, as casters of the APAC region, we can root for our own guys. Because that's the same thing that, League of Legends PC casters used to do. If they are a caster from the NA region, definitely they will be supporting the NA teams. If they are casting the EU teams, then yeah, they will be supporting and all support with their Western teams, right? So it's kind of a given.
Now with the 1v1, as everyone is here, once you get the win in the 1v1, you get priority on getting the side in the first 2 games.
Yeah.
So this is what they want to do. Team Flash needs to dictate the face of the game as early as now. And TanX, it's all in your hands, buddy. You need to win this for Team Flash.
This is a 1v1 special in where it's all scales, right? Like, although the last time I saw this matchup, it really was favorable to the Ruby Crystal start user. But this time, TanX, quick to his feet, was able to push the wave. So that to me is already a good indication. By the way, 15 is the Dragon Laner of OMG. Meanwhile, TanX was the jungler and is now the Baron Laner and is using Lucian as his 1v1 champion choice. So not sure about this one. Like facts wise, I guess it's favored to OMG's 15, but do not count out TanX.
Yeah, it's always going to be a marksman battle here. I hope we do see another different matchup in the next week. Maybe mages, maybe supports. That would be better. But right now, what's important is for them to win this level advantage, or at least in this early stages. And we all know, Dragon Laners, originally, if they're playing solo queue, they're going to be playing ADC, so they have a lot more confidence in this picks.
Supports... do you really want to watch a Janna versus Janna or Sona versus Janna?
They're not going to pick Janna. They wouldn't want to pick Janna on a 1v1. Maybe if they want to go for a wave, they're sure. But I don't believe they'll pick the Janna.
I would. Like, Zephyr to play, and then you just wait for the sudden death. Use your Monsoon to push them away. 5-head play coming from Autolus.
Yeah.
What?
I mean, I think a Karma would be way better if they're.
Yeah, sure, but are you counting out my theory of going for late game and then just pushing them away? No,
just
right? Like
push them away. It'll take a long time before they reach that, but possible. Or maybe go for AP Alistar. That could be fun.
If you are on an AP Alistar, I can just cancel you out with a tornado. You know what?
It's easy.
We're doing this thing that we used to do when we were kids, right? Like, pick out an anime character and just formalize and theorize what you can do, what I can do.
Yeah, because I have this. Because I have this.
Yeah, because I have this. You cannot do this.
Yeah.
But we are now at the middle part of this 1v1. Again, the goal is for the players to get 2 kills or a first brick or a first tower. So now you would see that there's an advantage towards OMG, because by the time that he gets back into clearing these minions, there is already a longsword advantage for him. Calling play is now available for both this gentleman, so expect. There you go.
Yeah.
The ultimate to be casted.
Using the calling, and TanX has a different thing in mind during that calling. He just wanted to clear the wave in order for him to back away safely. But now, looking at what's happening, 15 has a big advantage here.
Yeah. No mana for 15 though, so he has to go back immediately after clearing the wave. There were some plays in where TanX tried to freeze the wave just to get that favorable position of the minions. But I cannot really tell as to who had the advantage because of that play by TanX. just because he was pushed back by 15 right away. Now this is a huge power spike though for 15. In this AD matchup, plated steel caps has always been that secret item, that extra ingredient that you need to sweeten things up for your win rate.
Yeah. And now on this level 6 on both sides, the confidence is there. Exhaust is popped by 15. Dice is on the head of him, so they're still not going to be winning anytime soon because they're both playing it safely. They know that it could be anyone's game. The calling is going to be used, and 15 is going to go away with his minions. They both have healing, so this could still be another fight that we're going to see after they get this. And now, without the piercing light, 15 could have a chance.
Yeah, wisely, Tanex recognized that there is a kill potential for 15, so he goes back. Might buy himself a pair of boots as well. No, he wants to have that immediate power spike.
Double dipped.
Yeah, possibly going for the Stormbrazer as well. So, value for value, like, how much is it to get a plated steel caps? 1,000 gold. How much is it to get that energized attack? 1,000 gold as well. So, I really think, you know, value for value, plated steel caps better.
Yeah, for sure. What do you lose out of getting one extra attack in defense? And that's what they do. It really just takes off the defense out now. And 15, look at him, very healthy even with 2 attacks from Tanex, and that's what you get whenever you play the plated steel caps.
The inherent advantage of that reduced incoming AD damage has always been a winner for this particular matchups, right? So we're still waiting for that big play to come from both this gentleman, 10x and 15. Just in reinvesting everything and no kills as of yet. 15 knows that, you know what, if you are OMG, you really want this win for yourselves. Similar to how 10x is being extra sure, extra careful with his trades.
They're still not doing anything. They're still not even scratching the surface on both sides. So with them losing another round with the skills that they could have, they're gonna back away after this because they don't have any mana anymore.
10x does not have any health packs available to consume. You're right. And if you're 15, there's a tower plate waiting for you to take. That's 300 gold. He's saying he's content with what he had, and finally a mirror has happened. So now both this gentleman have plated steel caps. Both this gentleman got their second item in as well. So it now boils down as to who gets, you know, their fingers faster.
Ooh, yeah. Whoever gets the better chances of the crit would be the winner here from that 20% that they have right now. Now it's going to be 15 taking him off, and that's going to be the first blood.
You hit the minions, 15 hits the champion. That's basically what happened there, right? Like, a light slinger onto the head of 10x was the biggest difference maker. Both of them does have the flash, by the way, but 10x is not able to invest and wasn't able to use it as well. So now if 15 was awarded of the first blood gold, was able to get a huge chunk of gold by getting some tower plates as well. Is it winnable for Thanex? Yeah, well, it is winnable because this is the time in where you wait for the Ring of Fire, right, to close in. You have to wait for that sudden death, because in a sudden death scenario, the 2 kills advantage, or the first 2 kills, gets narrowed down to first to 1 kill.
Yeah, the Vampiric Scepter that they have right now on the side of 15 is going to be a very important thing for them to win. Getting that extra life steal is just so good on this 1v1s. And together with that, the calling is going to be used already by Tanex. 15 can use that on his next rotation, so
wants to go back.
Let's have an ultimate.
Yeah, he wants to go back. The Ring of Fire is circling in. And I know that I already have used my joke the last time I casted with you, so yeah, I'm going to leave it at that. Oh, completed BT though.
Oh no.
BT div. This is so hard to watch if you are 10x. But is it still doable? Yeah, hope is still there. Maybe 15 will misplay. We'll see.
No calling for Tanex. He's gonna be dead here. Yeah.
Yeah.
He could have won in a way if the gods favored him on that 25% chance crit rate and gave no crits to 15, that was his only chance.
Sure. But they did not win. And also, them not winning, I'm talking about Team Flash, doesn't seem to be a problem. Because you look at we just heard from the production team that OMG, even with their 10% win rate on the blue side, sorry, 10% win rate on the red side, still chose red. So yeah.
What's the
Nothing's
difference
lost,
here?
I guess.
Yeah, for decided Team Flash, I'm looking at an angle, and the reason why OMG went for that is because what they want to do is just to feel out this new Team Flash, be reactive on what they pick first. But as you know, APAC teams really love their chases, so I do expect picking up the chase first for Team Flash especially.
Hey, that's a grip strengthener, right?
Yeah.
Is it though? Yeah, it is. It's a gym thing. Right? Makes your grip strengthener. I don't know.
Is that what it's called? But yeah, that's it. But
it's a dumbbell for your fingers.
Yeah.
I guess. It's a finger enhancing tool.
That's a good term for it.
Sure. Right, like we are to enter the draft very soon. Then again, we have to refresh everyone that there is a massive overhaul to the roster of Team Flash. Again, by moving Ellie to his more comfortable spot and going for the Dragon Lane, and now him being into the support role, it kind of gives me some glimmer of hope as well. Plus the fact that there's like this big wild card in decent. Remember that if they don't know how you play, like if you are OMG, do you know, have you scouted this player, this decent player? Maybe it's like a reincarnate of a very good jungler. We don't know. Maybe in another world, like he got reincarnated as a gamer, as like Angara. So some things can happen, dude. Like could be Jesus. Or what's it word?
Okay. Sure. But everybody, we're still waiting for the picks and bans before we head into it. You're just gonna be always having fun here in the Sunday special. We talk about everything here, especially when it comes to pauses. We talk about a lot of things. A while ago, we talked about manual characters, and now Soil looked like an MC.
Yeah.
A manual MC.
Yeah. And now we have an isekai ongoing in where someone just got reincarnated as a jungle god. Hey, you know what? If it ever happens, dude, I'll be so happy for Team Flash. Because, again, they want that first win. They want that break-in moment. Right? And that break-in moment would often happen after securing a 1 win. And what better way to do it than, securing a win against a Chinese team? Be it OMG, be it Rare Atom. They don't care. A win against a Chinese team is still a win.
Yeah. Now, what can we do here for decided Team Flash? What they can answer OMG with is the strong picks that they have in the top lane. Usually is coupled with the wins that White Cat had was when he was on Camille. But honestly, that's a usual ban. You can easily shut down White Cat.
Okay, so for White Cat, whenever he gets targeted down, and whenever a play happens in where he's not being given resources that he needs to perform, he basically disappears from the game overall, right? So that, I think, is going to be the point of attack for Team Flash. I expect them to go for Senna right away if it's left open, because 1, Saigon Team Flash is so good at it, and 2, it also takes away something from White Cat because he can always use that lane advantage against the Baron lane of your opponent.
From what we're seeing right now for
Senna.
them, They can pick the Senna, as he said. Ellie could really play around this so well. That OMG could really react with something, which is usually a Galio or a Gragas pick after that. But it's honestly a good pick for a team like Team Flash.
Yeah, even if when Naos played them, I remember that the center of Team Flash was targeted twice because they just unlock a different breed of Team Flash whenever they are allowed to play this champion. It's like a champion that was made perfectly for them. So I'm liking the chances of Team Flash now. You may tell me, you may say Hopium, Autolusopium or whatever, but no, I really think that this is going to be a very exciting match to behold just because of this one pick from Team Flash.
Yeah, and this is what I'm scared of. Whenever you pick up a Senna, there comes the Varus in where even if you have the early game power of a Senna with custom range, what you can do here for the side of Team Flash is just to rotate the lane as fast as you could so that you don't need to face against the Varus.
Yeah. I mean, I would go against picking the Kassadin. This Wukong is a Tan-X pick, and we have to remember that Tan-X has now moved to the Baron lane, so the easier way to ease him in his new role is to pick the same champions that he used to pick back when he was in the jungle, right? Mm-hmm. So now that he is on the Wukong, I tell you right now, like this is going to be a 1v1 scenario in where we will see the Galio of Hin in the bot lane going against the Varus. And as a Galio, I don't expect you to have the same experience as the Sigs as last game. And also, it's a Varus. It's not going to really be that lane bully that we expect him to be.
It can only be possible in Illusion, honestly, because there's not a lot of champions who can do that exactly, and especially you're playing a Galio. If it was the Ziggs, possibly can get bullied by the Varus, but if it's a Galio, it's way easier to just make that lane a lot more neutral, and that's what you want when you're fighting against a Varus.
What I love about the draft of OMG though was that they were able to now secure the Gwen. So this is a good pick for them because now Whitecat would be able to pick that champion for himself, which means that there is always going to be a chance to outplay.
Yeah, carries are being taken down. And if ever I'm seeing for OMG, even if they don't give this to Whitecat, Indian could still take it up. And SMK could still go for a Garen if ever they would need it in this composition because they already have a lot of CC. Someone who could execute is very much needed in this composition.
Let's see. Last few picks for Team Flash. How would they round out this draft, right? They already have a good pick for Tan-X. How, I guess the biggest question mark for us both is, what is the playstyle of Decent? Is he really going to be... Did he pick up Decent as an homage for Lee Sin? Maybe. Is Lee Sin a good pick here? Yeah, you can say that. Especially if you have like a very strong laner in the Renekton. So Renekton plus...
There you go.
Wait. Oh, okay. So it is going to be Tan-X Renekton. And then the damage will come from Kuzi's Quirky.
I was looking for a damage source though for Team Flash because that could have been scary if they didn't have any. It's a good thing they had a Corki, or even Illusion could be a good one in this situation, but a Corki is way better. So at least they have magic damage. But on the side of OMG, as I said, a Garen is going to be an important one here for them to have a little bit more advantage. And now look at that, 2% to the 98% viewer support rating. But
This has to be like the biggest gap of what you've ever seen so far, yeah?
Yeah, it is. People have been big fans of OMG right there in the Chinese conference, and I want to see why.
This is a big gap. I cannot wait for them to overcome this big disparity. Yeah, like this is still Team Flash that we're talking about. And whenever they get their hands on the Senna, I tell you, it's just a different game overall. The way they play Senna is it's same as the other teams. Like they will be playing it aggressively. They will be playing it to a point that they are able to unlock plays. But you would feel right away that their comfort level with this champion is just so different from the other drafts that they have. And again, it's all about getting back your confidence. What better way to do it than, picking your confident champions, your comfortable champions? The only thing that I worry about is this Gwen. Like, if she ever goes under the mist or under the shroud, she can basically negate a lot of damage coming from T-Flash.
Yeah. And now that's what I'm scared of too for the Gwen, and also on the same fact that you said and how confident we are with Team Flash whenever they have a Senna. But the difference maker here is it's a different team. It's a different set of people. Are they going to be agreeing with this type of play? Yes, it's on the hands of Ellie. We'll always use this as Senna, but I hope it would be enough to actually just help them win through these games against a team like OMG.
Yeah. It's doable. I tell you right now, this I think is one of the few times that I've seen Senna be played by Ellie, because oftentimes he's the one playing the support, right? Like, I just have this big hope right now. And look at this, like this bully experience from Kuzi against SMK. SMK, by the way, is running Grasp of the Undying, so not even the fleet footwork that can cheese out some XP as well as the Garen against the range matchup. So yeah, overall, like the laning phase of Team Flash here in the mid lane, it's always going to be beneficial to them. If Ellie ever rotates topside, then Renekton would even have an easier time against the Riven. We all know that this is already a favorable matchup to the Renekton, right?
Yeah, he really gets a level 3 too. That's right timing. That's gonna be perfect. And that is what I like about a Renekton pick. It's just, wait, TF, look at their rotation. Gonna go to top side as fast as they could. They had vision. Monster was able to see them, but because they were able to get the hole there, it's going to be important for them to go for this gang. But remember, they have a lot of CC on the side of OMG. This is going to be bad. They got the first kill, but the body slam wasn't enough to help them out. And Dishin is going to be able to back away safely with that first blood to the side, and they're still not done. They still have a stun, but it forced the flash out of Monster.
What did I tell the doubters, dude? That this is going to be a best play possible. Okay, all right. At least that's a 1-for-1, but that is still a message sent to the side of OMG. The Team Flash is definitely alive in this game. Now they're even able to get 2 tower plates on the top side. Huge advantage, Team Flash.
Confidence right there from Team Flash, not even hesitating, giving a bit of plates in the mid lane. It's okay, because we got that advantage top lane, and now we're going to be running away with it.
Exactly. Even if TanX surrendered his life, that's a trade that you're willing to take every single time. TanX getting that enraged Ruthless Predator in was what was needed to really erase Wildcat from the world immediately. Monster, though, overstay from him. And Team Flash did not hesitate. No hesitation at all. This is what I said earlier, in where their level of confidence whenever they're playing their Senna is just right above there, above the rest of the compositions that they used to play. So to me, that this is already a good start for Team Flash. Now it's all about continuing the trend. It's all about gaining the momentum heading into the mid game.
What's scarier than a desperate man is a man who has nothing to lose, and that is Team Flash right now. That's why they're risking it all whenever they go for those dives, and that's what I want to see. Sure. That is the confidence that I expect from a team like Team Flash, and now the punishment is going to be here, because mid lane is going to be dived in by OMG, and they just want to take this 4 plates in the bag, but Pin tries to go in, but wasn't able to follow through.
I think what we did not see during the replay was how OMG retaliated with the all-in that Team Flash did on the top side. Right, they were able to get 2 plates of their own on the top side, but I think leaving the Garen in the mid lane by his lonesome was able to award himself some 2 plates as well, and OMG follows through with that by getting some more presence in the mid lane, which is huge, because if you give them over the Rift Herald, what they could do is to just summon it on to the mid lane and break your defenses right away.
That's what's hard about this, though. Now, if they open up the mid lane, they set themselves up for success. Yes, we got a win for Team Flash for a bit, but OMG is looking beyond that. Even with that loss, they can really gain an advantage after this next objective.
True. But if you are the double marksman composition, is it a lot better to go for the dragons anyway, right? Like there's no reason for you to contest the Rift Herald because you want that extra stat to benefit your double scaling composition. We all know that the next dragon is going to be the Ocean Dragon, which is one of the dragons that are best for marksman, just because it gives you vamp.
Bond and Shadow. Hero Sentence is going to be used. It's not going to pull through. Not enough CC. Too little, too late. And now 10 seconds is going to be the time in where the objective's going to come out.
Explosive Cask has been used to the hero's entrance as well, so kind of messy when it comes to execution for Team Flash, but still very much proactive. And look at OMG, they recognize right away that the marksman wants this dragon, and now they're starting to take this down.
Yeah, Kuzi can stop this. Put a red carpet in front of everybody. Now they have it. Inyan is going to be their target. They go for the stun, and TanX would be able to get him with Ignite on his head. Dies, and that's going to be the timing that they wanted. SMK is going to follow suit. He's going to die too. And here comes Whitecap. Wouldn't be able to hit the broken wings, but he was able to get the Wind Slash onto one target. They got the Ocean Drake. They got 3 kills. Team Flash, a different team.
Team Flash is winning and winning hard today, Dash. And I tell you right now, it all started with the Wukong being able to dodge away the Demotion Justice. Let's look at the replay as to how it happened. Kuzi investing his package right away and trying to divide Inyan from the dragon. And you look at Decent, decoy right away. Demotion Justice got wasted right away. And with the jungler down, so does the chance of OMG in winning this team fight. OMG is really in shambles right now because Team Flash has just gained a lot of advantage in this early game.
That's a 3-4-1, and that's a big win for Team Flash there. And now Rift Herald is going to be at their sites, and they're already looking at it like it's candy. Most of the members of OMG are rotating for this next objective. This might be a bit too late. They could still get some platings after this Rift Herald, but with what we're looking at from White Cat, Monster is in a great position. Great timing with the Chain of Corruption. Hin is low in HP, but the Justice Punch backline! They want to turn it around with a reverse Unicard. Hin survives, and now they want to go for the next one. The support falls down. 2 kills for Team Flash, and they go for the Rift Herald.
The Explosive Cask did more harm than good. Like, it displays the Galio just in time to get that 3-man taunt. And if you are Hin, what do? You just press the Shield of the Rand with the Justice Punch available and being able to cast the hero's entrance as well on top of it. Like, Team Flash is now winning everything in the map right now. I'm telling you this, Dash. I'm telling you this. Are you feeling it? Are you feeling it? Because I'm feeling it right now.
I'm feeling it, Mr. Krabs. I'm seeing this win from Team Flash and OMG flustered against an APAC team. And you don't see that every day in Team Flash. Look at this replay.
Right, I mean, okay. Alright, thank you very much, because now Hin was able to taunt 3 people. Ellie, with the support of that Dawning Shadow, it was enough for all the threat to not even be, to not even come into fruition. Hin survived at the end of it all, and Decent was also able to get the Rift Herald. We go into a pause, which is a momentum breaker. But man, oh man, Team Flash. Gee!
Yeah, I would really want to know what happened. That's a really big moment for everybody here on the SCA, especially for everybody watching. We're fans of Team Flash. This is what we wanted all along. Team Flash snowballing the game. That's how they play. And whenever they get a snowball, that is when they start to win. I want to see more. I hope this pause stops as fast as it could be.
Yep. Let's check the cost of the pause, of course. Like that's the first thing that we have to know. And I just hope that it's not on the side of Vietnam, right? It's not on the side of Team Flash, because it's such a momentum breaker whenever this happens. All you want to do if you are Team Flash is to carry on the momentum, because every single one of them points to your side. And being a WRLA team, okay, this is one thing that I want to reiterate to all our viewers out there. You may be memeing the record of Team Flash, you may be memeing the record of Fennel, but they got in here because they are qualified to do so. They're a very, very much qualified team, which means that it's just so hard. Exactly, we're back. It's just so hard to qualify for this prestige tournament. And so, if anything, Team Flash, if you give them this advantage this early, yeah, I'm confident that they know how to play from ahead.
Yeah, And this is what's great about APAC teams whenever they're ahead. They know how to play around it. The one thing that I would really need APAC teams to actually work with is how to play if they're behind. That's what usually happens when they're fighting against CN teams. And this is a confidence right here from Team Flash. I do hope that they just take it and take it home.
Just a good start overall, right? Like it's not the end all be all if you are OMG. For sure, like you still have the tools to withstand the pressure coming from Team Flash. It's going to be a lot harder though, that is for sure. And remember when we said, when we scouted OMG, that if Wildcat ever gets the advantage, he can basically control the pace of the game? Definitely, at least in this game, he was controlled from the get-go by Team Flash. He was dove under the tower, and you can already feel that the pressure is on the side of OMG because Stan X does have a level advantage against Wildcat.
And that's what you want to do when you have a player like this on the other side, especially the OMG. Wildcat, you just need to shut down their best player, not give them a snowball, and that could be enough for them to actually have a hard time moving forward. Because once you take down their tower, they would have no confidence in trying to go for any fights, and that is enough, at least for Team Flash here.
Yeah. I still know that they also know their fundamentals, which is to plant their vision around an area or around the objective that they want to secure. Team Flash is also good at that. On the top side though, easy escape from the ultimate of the Gwen.
Yeah. Now they want to push down tower and bot lane though. Explosive cast has been used already, but because of that smash from Dixon, he was able to get the tower.
Like again, the new player from Team Flash, showing why he was signed by this team midway into the tournament, because his Wukong that I expected to go to the hands of Tianix, I was bamboozled, right? Like, man, hopefully we can get to see the items, because there are some spikes that we are definitely waiting to happen for both sides. Again, Ellie getting his hands on the Senna is also something that we have to dissect, especially after this game, because that's Ellie back into his more confident role or more stable role in the Dragon Lane.
Yeah. And now for OMG, they're looking to set up on this Dragon before it starts. 10 seconds of the clock, no vision to the side of TF. They might get jumped in by the members of OMG. Remember, they have a chain of corruption at their ready.
Yep. Team Flash's Hin, though, has an interesting item choice. He went for Sunfire Aegis.
Sunfire?
And then Abyssal Mask right away, right? So, oftentimes we see a Galio that is supported by a Senna go for Rod of Aegis. Not Hin, though.
Yeah. He went for the full defense, and he also wants to get in front of everybody, like what they're doing right now. With the Shield of the Run, he forced the flash out of Monster, not even explosive cast, but it's going to be enough. At least that forced him away. They still have some time on the side of OMG. Inyan is waiting for the push to happen. They don't have any vision right here because TF is in front of everybody. Chain of Corruption was there. It's going to be a scrappy fight in front of Inyan. They're going to go for them, but they take down the Dimash just as fast as they could. But right here, Wildcat's going to go in. He was able to make a monster out of everybody, and they still got the Drake in the end. Perfect setup for OMG.
Everything that could go wrong for Team Flash went wrong. And OMG, again, we have highlighted the fact that Wildcat is still the star player. He was able to find Ellie by his lonesome at the back end. An easy assassination for the star player of OMG. Basically flipped the script and was able to win a team fight for OMG. Not only that, they were also able to get the dragon, and now it's setting their sights over to the Rift Herald. I guess the honeymoon is over.
Yeah, 2 takedowns on the objectives, and the way they played that, look at their positioning on the map. It was perfectly set up for them to win.
Yeah, and again, eyes on Wildcat because he has just been so good. One thing to note is that Inyan being there was the decoy play in order for Wildcat to be able to enter the fray. He was able to find the double marksman, was able to get 2 kills, and on top of that was even able to survive. So if you're Wildcat, all me. Just that's it, right? Like all me, dude, all me.
Yeah. He really was an MVP player right there during that interaction that we've seen. But again, they got back. OMG got back out of that deficit. And this is what's great about the CN Conference teams. They're really good at coming back from a deficit. They know what to do when it comes down to it. They knew who to target. And now, right now, Hin is going to be their target. They have it with the Chain of Corruption. Piercing Arrow wasn't able to hit in order for them to get the execute. And Team Flash now plays cautiously.
Yeah, and also this Gwen is starting to hurt now. We have to remember that Gwen is also one of the scaling champions that OMG currently possesses. That if given free space, free reign, could also mean the demise of a Team Flash. There is going to be another replay. Is this a solo kill? I haven't seen this, but this is a level 12 10x. Huh? Wait.
Oh no.
Meteor Engine?
Oh! No way! No
And that's the
way.
reason why dinosaurs got extinct.
Because of the Meteor Engine. Yeah, that's true. And now, Team Flash are going to be extinct because the Chain of Corruption was able to hit Akuzi. They don't have any holds. They got one member down again. And this is going to be the start of OMG just snowballing this in their favor. 5 members are still alive. They want to take down this tower. Their damage is just so much. They can't even help each other out. And they don't even have enough damage to take down OMG.
What happened, Team Flash? What happened? Like everything that could go right in the very beginning of this game went right, and still OMG was able to weather the storm and is now in control of the lead. I have no words, man. Like, I think the biggest thing that really flipped me over or tilted me over was that Meteor Enchant kill against Stan X, right? That's it's a backbreaker.
That was unfortunate though too. And also now with Team Flash just on the losing end of this game, this is one of the struggles of big APAC teams. How are they going to come back from this deficit? The losses that they had, the towers that have been taken down. That's one of the questions because 5 towers have been taken down already and OMG has hold of this map.
It all started with one good team fight, but this is still doable for Team Flash. Again, if they go back to their win condition, which is basically to scale it up, right? Like, they still have 2 marksmen. But it all depends as to how impactful Inyan will be. We did say that her Shroud or Gwen Shroud negates a lot of the damage coming from Team Flash. So Team Flash has to find their moments, find their picks.
Yeah, now they're going to go for 1 and 15 is going to be the target. 1 HP is going to be surviving for a bit. Now he has the 100 for 2. They can't even execute 1, but they are going to go execute another, and that is going to be Monster down. And OMG is just going to follow through. They're not going to be fighting again because it's now a 1-man advantage.
Oh, 10x though! Hero
Flashing
play!
in, loses Predator. What was that play? And now they're going to go in. TF fighting back after a deficit.
10x just showing his jungler's instinct was able to assassinate the Gwen in the process. 1 full combo from the Renekton. A 100-0 moment. This is a golden tower though.
Yeah, they can go for an inhibited turret if ever they want to. They still have the hero
They can't.
sentence. Those have the Chain of Corruption. Now they got on Hin. They have the stun. They have the keepers. Not enough wound/damage, so they need to run away because White Cat can flash in order for them to get the kill. But Team Flash at least was able to survive after that.
That is a golden tower, guys, and that's the reason why they cannot just push through. Again, within 45 seconds, if you break down the first tower and second tower, the third tower would have more resistances.
Yeah, now the resistance is here, and that is going to be the dragon in their
Oh,
side.
it's stolen!
OMG was able to take in the 10x. Is going to be here, going to be taken down by White Cat. Dominance is not going to help him because that is so much damage from White Cat, and 15 still got the dragon.
We go back into that play, and just have to remember that this is Wild Rift, right? Like, okay, so there is still an opportunity for Team Flash to contest this. I'll try to explain my thoughts in a bit. But for now, OMG trying to secure the Baron.
Yeah, they're just going to be taking this for free, and that is OMG taking the Baron after that struggle in the dragon.
Okay, so let me just go back as to what happened. Team Flash was able to destroy first tower, second tower. Immediately, if you look at the tower, it's golden. There's like some shining Pokemon or whatever. And so what it does mean is that it will have more resistances. You look at this play, and this is a result of the overstay of Team Flash. Had it been that they just chose to destroy 2 towers and basically go straight to the dragon, that it could have been an overall win for Team Flash. And just like that, OMG is now in the position to win the game because with this Baron buff, with 2 Dragon buffs as well available to them, I just don't see Team Flash coming back from this.
My only reaction there was remember this one? There's gonna be a start, the oof stones, the face that they make, that what's happened there for OMG. And again, Team Flash can't even able to come back from this because of the Baron, because of the Drakes that they have on the side of OMG. It would be easier for them to just push his towers.
I just hope that, you know, the analysts, the coaches would recognize the fact that the Golden Nexus in Golden Towers has to be respected. There's a reason why they're put in the game. There's a reason why they're there. And even though, you know, towers are squishy, Nexus are squishy. I mean, you look at this right now. There's a Golden Nexus, right? There's a lot of resistances available to it right now.
Yeah, and it still is being taken down by SMK alone, and he can finish this game. One more flash, and members of OMG are just going in, and they want to finish the game. And that's a 1-for-0. With the honeymoon period from Team Flash, OMG still was able to take them down.
I guess it doesn't matter even if there's a Golden Nexus, if there's a Baron empowered push happening, right, Dash? I feel sad. My Team Flash my Team Flash heart is broken right now because I already was sensing a win just because of that dragon fight, dude. Chills.
Yeah, just one fight from OMG. This is one of the things that the Chinese conference is really good at. They're really good at playing around the objective, their positioning when it comes down to it, and they just got the better position, especially that they have their ace player on the backside, take down 2 players. That's enough for them to get the win there, and losing one member is such a crucial thing, especially on those big team fights.
Yeah. I think what you have to take note of that particular play is if you are Team Flash, you cannot engage onto anyone if you don't see Whitecat. If Whitecat cannot be seen, do not engage, not engage. Your champions is there for 2 reasons. 1, to engage onto primary targets, and 2, to make sure that your marksman will be safe. Whitecat was able to penetrate to the backline. I mean, you look at the damage dealt by Whitecat, 10,097, but the most vital damage that was dealt in that team fight alone came from him as well. So 2k of that 10k damage was a game-winning damage.
Yeah. And 15, this is what you expect from Varus. Since the start of this Varus Discovery set that we have, it's like a whole new album right now for the Varus players right now in this game. It's always going to be on par with the Ziggs at this point in the tournament now. It's a really scary thing to see a Varus fighting against a Ziggs, and you know how a Varus just dominates a Ziggs in the early game.
I cannot think of anything right now. Like, Team Flash had the right composition. They played it right the first few minutes of the game. And even at the middle part of that game, they had the opportunity to win, right? Like, as long as you have a double marksman composition, you prolong the game, the better chances will it be for you and your squad. And there was a game, game turnaround play, or a game-winning play coming from TanX, in where he was able to secure the head of the jungler through that Renekton all-in. And at that point, I thought that, hey, you know what? It's still doable. It's still winnable. But with how OMG dissected and defended that tower, translating it into a Dragon Steel, the chances of Team Flash being able to get that comeback in was basically crushed to 0.
Yeah, for game 2, I would really want to know what they can do here, especially with one of their best champions being on their hands to go together with a perfect combo with it. They still weren't able to win it in the end. I do hope that they have something else in their arsenal if they want to pull a rabbit out of a magic hat. Now is the time, because it's not as late as the other teams that we have who already had like 11 games in the tournament. They only have 6 games. They still have the time to experiment with this exact team composition. So at least now, for the Team Flash fans out there, there's still things to work with for Team Flash right now.
Yeah, it's there are definitely some positives in there. I cannot just neglect all those things that happened that should not have happened. And the MVP of that game, you have to give it to him. Whitecat won that team fight by being able to find a on the backside of the game-winning fight during that second Dragon Clash, and yeah, he still is a threat even if he's being controlled. Against the Chinese teams, they just have enough discipline to make sure that White Cat gets controlled the entirety of the game. But against APAC, there will always be that chance for him to pop off. And in this particular game, he popped off so big.
Yeah, and that's what I want to see here for White Cat. OMG is still a strong team, even if they are in the 11th place. When you're fighting against an APAC team, and when you're facing an APAC team against a CN team, they are always going to be a threat because of their environment when they are still in the WRL. Now here, let's see how Team Flash is going to come back from this, or is this going to be OMG taking 2-0 and adding a score to their board? Again, we're just going to be taking a short break. Everybody, see you guys in just a bit.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL-CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings.
Back in the game we go, Team Flash. This actually broke a lot of hearts right now because of that loss. And now OMG was able to take game 1, and Team Flash needs to come back from this series if they want to get a score on their own board.
I still believe. I still believe. You know, I will always be part of the 2% believers of Team Flash. But now OMG is on their more favorable side. Again, we look back into their record. Their win rate on the red side was 10%. Has now increased just because of winning that game from before, right? So now their record is 2 wins to 9 losses. However, on the blue side, OMG has a more respectable win rate, right? 4 wins to 4 losses. So now Team Flash electing to go red side is surprising because OMG loves this side.
Yeah, OMG really knows how to play this side right here. And now with this, they're banning the right champions, the Shen, getting banned to the side of OMG. I thought they're the ones who actually are going to be picking that Shen, but there still is a respect for this Senna that they have on the side of Team Flash. I was expecting OMG to actually ban that because they don't want to actually give it again to Team Flash.
Oh.
First pick Ziggs.
Yeah. Because why not? But there's a lot of other options, right? Like, if you go for Ziggs, you just basically want to stall out the game. But there's always going to be that Varus plus the Nautilus combo. Even has
For
the
sure.
Zoe, right? Like, if
Yeah.
you're Ellie, there's a lot of options. Or maybe it's time for them to bring out the Lucian of their own, because Ellie is also very good with that champion.
Yeah, he's also a good Lucian player, so they can pick that up if ever for the side of okay.
Yeah, you take
They
away
go
White
for
Cat
the Fiora.
champion. Yep.
Yeah. And White Cat still has a ribbon that they can use, maybe even the third pick here. And
Oh,
Yone
Yone!
is available for India. No.
It's this is going to be the first time that we'll be seeing the Yone today.
Yeah.
And it's not because you know teams do not want to play it. It's because teams have started to respect the power of the Yone, and it often gets banned away. OMG is trying to play with food right now, and you know, just trying to flip if it's going to be a Riven priority or a Yone priority. Finally, they have said that it's better to go with the Riven because it won them game number 1, and follow it up with their support of Gragas.
Yes. They would rather want to take the Gragas rather than it getting banned and force them to an Alistar on Monster. So I think it's a very smart pick here for the side of OMG. And if ever Team Flash is going to be banning that Yone, I think they got baited.
Oh.
They got baited hard right there. But hey, we're seeing something different. Ashe getting picked.
Apex special! Apex special! Do it! I mean, yeah. I mean, you know, the 2 wins that APAC was able to. But yeah, I got excited for a bit because again, the 2 wins that we were able to get against the Chinese teams, it was off the backs of that champion, right? The Ashe made things a lot easier for everyone. Right? You basically snipe away the side laner, and it's an immediate advantage to you. But there's absolutely no reason to pick the Ashe if you're not going to try to win the side lane, because that's the only reason why you pick the Ashe.
I can see an angle here in where they can still pick up the Ashe. Remember back then?
Ashe
Team
mid
Flash,
lane?
yeah, Team Flash loves picking the Ashe
Sure.
mid lane back then, but they need to ban a Zed if they don't want that Ashe to get destroyed in the mid lane. Okay, no,
And they
they're
also
not
have
gonna
to
do
bring
it.
back a player, right? Like,
Yeah, they also need to bring back a player so that they can work with that.
because that's a Coyote special, which is not often, you know, that we would see. I remember him playing that, like going for boots of Swifties, right? Not the Swifties, the fan base of Taylor Swift, but the Swifties.
Right? Yeah. Sure.
One. But it's a Team Flash going with the Xin Zhao. So again, one of the champions that has seen more relevance in recent days, and also in recent times, right? Just a series ago, we saw a Xin Zhao pop off. Okay, yay! This is my favorite champion though, in Wild Rift.
Rammus, yeah. Rammus getting picked in this game, and also had Salty to win to it with a Z so that they won't be picking it to the side of Team Flash. This is perfect for OMG. This is a perfect game for them.
Yeah, because how do you draft AD if you are against a rolling Rammus, right? They see me rolling, they hate it. And I kind of miss Rammus in the comment section. He's no longer there.
Yeah, Rammus hasn't been
I think he was banned. So
he can't say okay anymore in the comment
yeah,
section.
he can't say okay. He can't say all right. So whatever.
Oh man,
Yeah.
I do hope it's gonna be different here for them, because with them having a Garen at least in the side of Team Flash, it's okay because they have a way to execute that premise. But how are they gonna punch through that armor?
I don't know.
It's gonna be real hard.
I didn't try to. Yeah, I didn't try to analyze, but one of the glaring weaknesses of a Rammus is that it's susceptible. It's so vulnerable to pokes.
Yeah.
That's one thing I assure you, right? Rammus only wants to go in at full health. So if you chunk him down before he tries to engage, he would hesitate. That's one thing for sure. There are champions that I know that you are a master of, and there are champions that I know that I'm a master of. I'm proud to say that I'm, a Rammus master. So, because I spam this champion in order for me to climb the rank. So I just know.
my
I'm a Rammus abuser.
Oh
Ramuser.
man, my champion is never gonna come out in this competition for sure.
Wait, what?
It's the Evelyn. I spammed Evelyn to get to the high ranks, and it's not gonna be played ever. Look at the animation too. With the skin that he has, this is the perfect skin for this game.
Yeah. That's also the skin that I have, right? The football skin.
He's running.
Goal! Okay, so this is the skin line of Ramos that does give him a different voice line. Did you know that?
What voice line does he say?
He says goal.
Oh, really? That's cute.
Yeah. Yep. It's rather than the standard okay.
Yeah.
Okay. He has an added line of go.
Once he gets a kill, or is that just a normal voice line?
I think it's when you are casting your ultimate.
Oh, that's nice. That's a good touch, though.
Let's see though. I'm trying to remember whenever, but also whenever he tries to recall as well. So that's one thing I'm sure of, right? Because his recall is that there's going to be a net that will pop up, and then he's going to go back to the net, and then
he's gonna goal himself.
Oh, yeah.
He's gonna goal himself to the net. Oh, that's nice. Okay. But again, all eyes on this Rammus. That's why even our observer is going to the Rammus, because we haven't seen this champion ever right here in the WRL.
Yeah, good clear speed though, and also it's also a
first appearance. Yes, it is.
I feel for Just G because this is a champion that he used to play.
Wait, Monster is low HP and Ignite? Oh, it's a good thing he survived.
Yeah. I mean, Inyan is taking away from the entirety of the draft right now, because I mean, you look at him right now and he is
no damage
killing
against him,
DC.
flashing into to get a win it, and now Team Flash struggling to find an answer right here. 3 members are here, but is it gonna be helpful? Inyan needs to run away. Wildcat's gonna fall down, and it's still a 2-for-1 in favor of OMG, or rather 1-for-1. Sorry,
1-for-1. It is a 1-for-1. But you know the mental advantage that you get whenever you get a kill as a Rammus. Round 2.
Yeah, they're gonna go for another fight. They can roll out again for Inyan. He's gonna be hitting him. Not even gonna hit. He just taunted him.
Okay.
And he has nowhere to go with that.
Oh,
taunt.
level 5. Level 5 could even go for round 3. A hat trick waiting to happen. I cannot wait. Dude, I'm just having fun right now as a caster that is watching my main be played by a pro player. Anyway, so 2.5 minutes. And with 2 kills to the side of OMG, 100% kill participation to the Rammus. As a Rammus, though, his impact was mitigated, at least in recent patches, because we have to remember that the Thornmail was nerfed by a whole lot, and that was that was a perfect item for the Rammus. I guarantee you that. And also, okay, there are variations to the Rammus. Some of them wants to maximize S1 for that extra mobility. Hold that thought though.
Okay, Wildcat goes in for the stun. Won't be able to get any knockoffs. And Diction was able to get the knockoff of his own, but he got body slammed right there. And now SMK is here to actually help out. They have the launch to work with, and Riposte is not there. So Tanex is going to die to OMG takes it in the board, and Kuzi will still go for a fight here, but SMK is now going to be running. Ellie also falls.
Even at the bot lane, the soccer ball is now being a menace. And again, yeah, we go back to Inyan. I just hope that the observers will at least show us as to what his skill path is, because again, a lot of builds. There are varying builds to this champion right now. You can go max S1, you can go max S2, depends as to what playstyle. I think this is going to be an ultimate play coming from Inyan, right? This is where Rammus is so good at. Oh
no, that's why. And now he's just gonna taunt him, and he's dead. Oh,
that's one of those that's one of those ultimates that I would not get called out if I call it SS. You know why?
It's a soaring slam, right? That's
exactly.
That's a good point. That's
his Searing Crown. That's his first item choice, by the way. That item is going to get nerfed soon in 4.1C, but we are still in 4.1B. So that is his variation, additional damage.
Yeah. Getting that extra magic damage from the Searing Crown is just really helpful, especially on this composition, because Team Flash would have a lot of problems here trying to take him down, and even as tanky as he has extra HP. Inya's gonna go in, and Hin is gonna be their target. That charge onto the Rammus is gonna be running away with the Soaring Slam, with a big Inferno Bomb. Their damage is not enough, and they're gonna be getting the kill on the jungler. Dixon was able to flash away, but the Wind Slash is not enough to get the kill, but Ignite is there to actually secure it for the team, and that's gonna be the Rift Herald code for this team.
Inyan still alive at the end of it all, and gifting the 2 kills over to Wildcat is a massive win to the side of OMG. Now they are in the position to take whatever they want in this map. Mountain Dragon is open for the taking, but if you are the Rammus, do you go for the Dragon? Yeah, sure. I mean, again, it's just a team preference. What is the plural of Rammus, by the way?
Ramesses.
No.
What is? Is this just Rammus too?
No, it's Ramai.
Ramai. Really?
Yeah.
Is that canon?
No. I mean, alumnus, right? What's the plural
alumnus
form
and
of
alumni?
alumnus?
You go with that? Oh.
Yeah.
What? But okay, let's go with that. But now Chain of Corruption, and now they're gonna be hitting on one target. Greg is gonna fall down, and Team Flash at least takes 1 kill on the 3K gold lead. At least they can take the Rift Herald.
Yep, sure. That's a good return kill and a good injection of gold for their side, right? Because now they are able to secure this Rift Herald, which in turn they can use as a tower breaker. Inyan though does have some plans to maybe use a Soaring Slam to surprise the opponent. One of the big things as to why wait, hold that thought. There you go. They see me roll in.
Soaring Slam, too fast, and Team Flash was able to run away. I thought that could have been a great engage there from Inyan.
Yeah. A few more move speed here and there, and he will get that target soon. You know what's the most satisfying thing to happen whenever you use the Soaring Slam? You hit the marksman or the carry. Yeah, in the middle of it all, right? And at that point, it's basically an easy assassination onto the carry. I tell you, many people are sleeping on the Rammus or on the Ramai because this champion is definitely a good one and a fun one.
Honestly, I played a lot of Rammus too when I was still climbing because of how fun it is. Not because I want to play the meta champions, but I want to have something for me to rest with. And Rammus is that perfect champion if you want to chill out.
Yeah. It's similar to Singe, right?
Yeah,
you don't have to
exactly.
think of anything.
Exactly.
Yeah, right, exactly. Right?
Okay.
Ooh,
Chain of Corruption
he's
actually
dead.
gets the hit, and that is Team Flash
An
just looking for
overcommitment.
shuts down still. And now Inyan gonna go in. They have explosive cast onto Monster. They use a lot of ultimates though. Now they're gonna be running away.
Yeah, that's the overcommitment that we were talking about, right? If you are Team Flash, is it really needed to invest like 3-4 ultimates plus a flash as well? Because at the end of it all, were you able to get the prize of the tower? No, so OMG would live with that.
And OMG was able to take the first tower. That's
Yikes.
just the frustrating part of it and what they did there in the mid lane, because OMG was still able to react even with that first kill. They tried to take a risk, which is very commendable. But now Inyan is here on top side. And he wasn't able to get the kill, but at least they're going to take this tower top side. But they're going to go for another fight. And Monster is going to get caught off by the anchor. And they are still taking the tower.
And also, did you know that Soaring Slam are one of the few skills in the game that can deal damage to structures?
Oh, right. I remember. As you're saying that, that's one of the skills that can deal damage to the towers, and it's also not. I mean, it's also not to be trifled with too, because it's a really scary skill.
See, I told you. I'm a master of Ramai. I'm a Ramai master.
Remaster. Oh,
May the force be with me, Ramai master. Anyway, so OMG again, 4.7k ahead. Do not fret. I'm still with Team Flash. This is my way of coping up, right? With the pain I'm feeling right now. I'm just having fun with the fact that we have a Rammus inside our game, and that the Rammus is absolutely rampaging right now. And so if you look at this game, do you even say it's a draft diff? Absolutely not, right? Like, this is just execution drift.
Yeah, honestly, I'm really surprised in how they itemize against this Rammus, though. Most of the time when I play the Xin Zhao and the I'm fighting against a Rammus, I just go with Divine Sunder and also Black Cleaver. Yes, it would really help a lot for the Xin. But now, honestly, they're just looking for any part of the map that could be opened up by OMG, and they add the desperation here for Team Flash, and they're still looking to get the kill, but OMG still looking at that mid lane.
Yeah. This Garen as well, Kuzi's role to try to neutralize the Zed mission not accomplished at all, right? Like, he was not able to neutralize SMK at any point of this tournament, of this game, and now Inyan is just having fun. Just rolling skates right now and is wanting to secure another objective for OMG.
Yeah, it's really hard right now. OMG is just taking objectives left and right. It's also because they still don't have damage from TanX, which could potentially take down that Rammus. Because of that true damage from the Fiora. And now with this disadvantage, it's still really hard for that to get the takedown that they want to go for. Flash happened from Hin, and that's what they want to go for. They want to get the kill on 15, but they might be a bit too late. OMG with the reaction, they got the kill on 1, and Hin falls down. Now the turnaround is going to happen, and Kuzi is going to be the target. They still have 4:4 members. TanX wants to go for the fight here. I think this is a bit too late. No. Here comes the taunt. This is going to be TanX running away with the lunge, and look at that. Lee Shin, too aggressive back line, but OMG still too scrappy with that fight.
Twice in a row that they wanted 15 said, and twice in a row 15 said, no, you cannot reach me. And again, that is Team Flash just... Wait, where is this headed? Okay.
It's OMG's Rip Herald.
I'm like, this guy...
I thought he's gonna turn around too.
But there you go. Team Flash now is in shambles because this Rip Herald is also going to be used as a distraction play to try to get this tower bot side. Team Flash though might want to get this dragon. So the question is on them. Like, how do you deal with this? Okay, finally they sent over to Kuzi.
Yeah, and if ever they go for the 1v1 here, SMK could just try to take that down. And now with that, the ultimate has been used already, and that's going to be a kill pretty fast from the side of OMG. And Team Flash are still in shambles on what to do against this team.
Yeah, TanX is just their key win condition right now, right? TanX is controlling Wildcat, which is the only positive thing that I can take away from Team Flash in this game number 2.
Monster can still body slam the Shin. Still have the Crescent Guard to work with. They don't have enough damage to get the kill on Monster. And they do have a lot. That mark is going to be invested onto him. And that's going to be the taunt. He's not going to be able to move. And he's dead. And they don't have a jungler anymore on their side. Team Flash, desperation. Looking for an objective. Weird Slash not going to hit. But it's still Team Flash struggling to get a win. Struggling to get a kill against them. And OMG is just running through them like it's a goal. And now SMK takes that down, and that's a goal for OMG.
Oh no. And now Ellie is by himself. Yep. If you are Inyan, this is an angle in where you can just flank from the sides, and Ellie being just a Varus with no mobility spell will most likely struggle against 2 people. Never mind that. OMG being a disciplined team as they are, they went for the tower in the mid lane instead. And again, OMG just has ballooned this gold into now an 8k gold lead once again. Replay is going to show the same result. OMG losing another objective. We look at D-Sin, and this is how he engaged, right? He went for Monster. Yeah, they were able to kill Monster at the end of it all. But the amount of time that he was able to buy the backside, the amount of skills that was invested to him. I mean, if you are the Gragas, I mean, what do you want me to do? You have casted the Grand Challenge, the Mush Justice, everything to me. So I'll be dying with my smiling face on, because basically I've done my job.
Yeah. What OMG is doing is just perfect ball control. They're just using Inyan. They're throwing him out. He's gonna go for the goal, and that's gonna be enough. And now Team Flash, Kuzi can't even do anything. Even if they went in, they might be able to take down one, but the Chain of Corruption, the damage is gonna be there. Monster is gonna be running away. 2 flashes have been invested by OMG to run away, and they still weren't able to get any kills. Team Flash are still running towards the goal, but what's happening is that they're gonna be the goal themselves. The ball has been stolen. The ball is here, and Inyan was able to take one down, and that is gonna be here. D-Shin, he's tanking so much damage, and this tanky ball is still in front.
I think there was one change in where once your second skill is active, you are now free to roam around. Like your movement speed isn't that slow anymore.
Is he dead?
No.
Way.
He casted the Crescent card, which basically negated all the other damage over time effect. We look at the replay though. That is SMK getting the advantage. Bot side was able to get the tower, but let's look into this 1v1, see what happened. Oh, 10x.
What a play.
Crispy, clean play. Yeah, if you are SMK, I mean, what do you do?
Soaring Slam! That's what you're gonna do! That is it in Inyan. Look at him running towards 10x here. He just doesn't have any care in the world. He's gonna be getting that. Oh no, Powerball again.
Okay.
That's gonna be the taunt, and that is gonna be 10x falling down. Hain is trying his best to get something, but Monster might fall. Here's Stasis. It's gonna be used. They're gonna be leaving that Monster in front of everybody. It's just gonna run away in style.
Like they're playing right now, like for sure. OMG is all about enjoying what is left of Team Flash, right? Because this is like a very big lead right now that even if they try to troll around, it takes talent for them to throw this big lead right now that OMG currently possesses. 7 towers to 1, 18 kills to 7 kills. And again, it's all but formalities at this point. We look at the... Oh my god. You look at the items of Inyan. He now has the IBG. And you know what I really love? There you go. What I really love about Ramos is that if you activate your second skill, it's a big ice field. Exactly.
Yeah.
So,
I don't know why that's the case whenever you have Iceberg.
No, because
Gauntlet.
it's...
Even in
it's because it's
even in Wildfire, that's...
It's because it's relative to how much armor you have.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know why is there an interaction like that. That's what I'm asking. That's really funny. That's really funny.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it doesn't do anything anyway, right?
Yeah.
it's just for aesthetics.
Extra Soaring Slam! What was that? 3 points for Inyan! And now they're just gonna be taken down one by one. And OMG made the fan out of me just because of this Rammus pick.
Yep. You pick Rammus, I say okay, and 10x. Sad Fiora noises. He's trying to pretend that he's a bush.
IBG, what was that?
Yeah, big IBG, right?
10x wasn't even able to move there.
Okay,
and he's dead. An ace, and that was
pentakill! It's a pentakill!
Oh no, yeah it is! What? I wasn't able to catch that just because of what's happening.
I forgive you, bro. I forgive you, bro. Like at the end of the day, it's so hard to catch because again, with everything that has happened, we were dumbfounded. We were bamboozled by the Rammus pick, right? Like, yeah, sure. And OMG in the end, they just gave the pentakill. This is already the second pentakill. The first being the Zeri of KBG's under 9.
Yeah.
And now SMK, another mid laner, gets a pentakill.
What I love about this game though is that we saw a lot of Rammus clips during this game, right? It's also because the observer is distracted with Inyan's Rammus during the whole time. He's always focusing, even in the jungle, he's focusing on the Rammus because of how weird, I'm about to say, weird and interesting this pick is that this team can get away with picking up the Rammus in this competitive play.
It is weird but fun.
It's fun.
And that's why we play Wild Rift. That's why we watch Wild Rift. There's a lot of how should I call this? Like spectators wanting some more champion picks to be shown. And there you go. OMG has shown how to use the Rammus and how to basically dismantle a team from the Rammus standpoint, right?
Yeah.
I think that's a perfect game of a Rammus. Like no deaths.
It's a good introduction.
Was able to make himself relevant from minute number 1. And it's also a good reminder that just saying, could pick the Rammus. So why not?
Yeah, if ever they trap the enemy team, they're picking up a full AD composition. Yeah, or Rammus could be a good angle. As long as the Syrian Crown hasn't been nerfed yet, that could be a good chance. Pick it up. I mean, even without the Syrian Crown, I think even with the Sunfire Cape, Tornmail, Iceborne Gauntlet, Rammus is still going to be good, especially when they pick up the Shinzao. That's the usual counter that people have been picking even in solo queue whenever they see a Shinzao.
It's indeed one of the situational picks that can still work. Would look like a meme pick, but if you look at the stats, like, how
that's
can you
not
argue?
memeable. That's not
How can you
memeable.
argue with numbers? You don't. You cannot.
That's not a memeable pick if that's how it works, though.
The pentakill recipient is SMK, but who do you give the MVP to? Him MVP to? Do you give it to SMK or do you give it to Inyan just by, entertaining us with the Rammus pick?
I honestly want to give it to Inyan during this game because honestly, jokes aside, he gave a lot of opportunities for SMK to actually pop off during that game because they were able to get a first kill. SMK was able to snowball, and now after that, SMK was able to get easy first kills or even just 1v1 kills every step of the way. I mean, all in all, SMK is a really good Zed player, but on what Inyan did, I think he deserves the MVP.
What did he do? He picked the Rammus and made us smile?
Yeah. Honestly, at this point, that's enough. Making us smile is enough.
Yeah. Because if it was, if it was another way of breaking down or breaking apart Team Flash, then it would just feel so wrong, right? Like, I think I have to give it to the Rammus player just because it's not as hard of a pill to swallow for us APAC casters that Team Flash got dismantled that way. Yeah, one would say, hey, you know what? Your team is getting crushed by a Rammus. I don't care. Still a Rammus, right? Bias for the champion will always be there. And we're waiting for the MVP.
Yeah, and actually we lost a lot of chances there, getting a lot of blue luck references during that game because that could have been our last chance of actually.
No. I really think that reserving the blue lock references is for the next game that we'll see the Rammus. Don't worry.
Maybe. I hope so. Because I would love to see a lot more of that Rammus.
Yeah. I tell you right now, Just is looking at it and saying, okay.
This could be a good pick.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then TG is saying, no, Joshi, okay.
They can actually pick that up, though. I mean,
for sure.
even in the other teams, if they want to pick up the Rammus, especially at full AD compositions, it's not bad.
Yeah.
It's not bad, everybody. I mean, maybe even a mob fight, it's not a bad pick on those types of compositions.
By the way, happy Mother's Day to all mothers out there, and to all your mothers. Again, it's a special day for everyone right now that is celebrating that particular day. Is it also celebrated in the West, though? I'm not sure.
I would really want to know if actually it is celebrated. I think it's a lot more celebrated in the West. Okay, there you go. Inyan. Yeah.
3-0 and 15.
The soccer ball. Right there.
Sure.
Inyan.
Goal! Right? Like...
No hesitations.
Kill participation of 78% will almost always net you the MVP, plus a perfect ADA to boot. So, yeah, very well deserved MVP. Although the pentakill was to SMK, the MVP is to Inyan.
Yeah, and getting that MVP on the Rammus is a flex in itself. And that's all of it. That's good enough for me. And again, 0-2s on the board today. Woohoo Gaming, Thunder Talk, and OMG. The Chinese squad still was able to topple down two APAC conference teams.
Indeed. We look into the standings, of course, right after this, and see how it shapes up. We have the Chinese standings. Number 1 still KBG. Number 2 is J Team. And at the bottom of the standings, the 9, 10, 11, and 12, those are the 4 teams that are in danger of not reaching the playoffs. So they have to revolve their play soon and fast.
Yeah. And I do hope to see that this Chinese squad, I would love to see another game by KBG, because especially when it comes down to how the Wild Rift patch 4.2 in the next 2 weeks would be faring for them, because they're going to be practicing for that too. And how would that change the course of this tournament, especially during the start of the regular season? Now, APAC still rolls their way onto the top, and I hope to see a lot more games next week for APAC, just for them to follow through with the 9 games that Roster Y has right now.
Yeah. Of course, like there would be weeks in where we will be seeing teams play twice, maybe thrice. And the May 17 match would feature an APAC team Manila Naos goes against an APAC team Pasay NGX. The second match will be a Chinese versus Chinese matchup, WHG going against TE. And then match number 3 will also be an APAC versus APAC special. So to all APAC fans out there, Wednesday is the day for APAC.
Yeah, Naos and NGX fighting against each other on this fight, and BRU and CAS, it's a treat to see, and I would love to see a lot more potential from BRU especially, and even for the other side of things for the Philippine squad right here. It's good to see this fight that's happening for APAC, and as you said a lot of times, APAC versus APAC games are the most important ones for APAC teams.
Sure, the gravity, the impact of those tiebreakers will hinge as to how you performed against the APAC team. So definitely those matches were circled down by all of these APAC teams. And again, Dash, before we end the show, I just want to, of course, greet all the mothers out there. Happy Mother's Day.
Yeah, happy Mother's Day to everybody who's celebrating this holiday, or rather special day for everybody. Yeah, a very special day for everybody. And again, thank you very much for everybody who tuned in during the first and until the last series. Thank you very much for staying here, and also to Riot Games, PNG Games, and to Coca-Cola for being here for this tournament. We wouldn't be doing this without you. Again, thank you very much for being here, everybody. That was such a fun day here in the Sunday special together with the Irregulars, Dash and Nautilus. Thank you very much, guys, for watching. Celebrate your holidays. Don't forget to hydrate. See you on Wednesday for more Wild Rift action. Bye-bye.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.